You guys see me? Can you hear me? Am I up now? Am I not recording? You can't see anything? Can you see anything? Jayla, can you guys see me? You can hear me? Can you hear me now? Alright. This thing, man. It's just all kinds of technical problems. Now I gotta fix my clip joint. What's going on, guys? Welcome to a Friday edition of Let's See How Bad James Can Mess This Up. Fix my camera a little bit. I tried this stuff earlier, tried to set some things up. Apparently I messed up my settings, and so I didn't appear. Alright, as you guys come in, just hit the like button. I'd appreciate it. We're going to talk about 90 Day Fiancé. Seems like a lot of folks aren't really interested in it, but we're going to have a good time with it because actually, as quiet as it's kept, this is where I started my whole YouTube journey. I actually started with a 90 Day Fiancé. So I'm way more familiar with a lot of the goings on in history tied to this program, more so than I am to the Sister Wives program, which I review also. So, yeah, right. Elisa said it's testing my nerves. I know, right? Trying to drive her brother to drink. I know it's Friday, and they trying to have that TGIF happy hour special, but, you know, OBS is not on my side, apparently. You know what I mean? Sarcasm for fun. Thank you. I still love you guys, too. I appreciate the support. She comes in like, don't worry about it. Don't cry on screen, James. I can't get it to work. It's not fair. It's not fair. You know, it is what it is. Like a lot of times, especially with live programs, live broadcasts, things don't work out like you planned. That's what kind of adds to the excitement of the whole event, if you will. So we're going to make the most of it. Like I said, it's Friday. We got some things to talk about. If you guys want to talk about the other parts of 90 Day Fiancé, we can do that. You know, it's not a whole lot of folks in the building, as it were. So the upside to that is that we can have a lot more interaction, so on and so forth. So it will be a good time either way. Either way, it's going to be fun. Now, like I said in the description, in the thumbnail, you don't necessarily have to watch 90 Day Fiancé because I think, like, especially as I started out, a lot of the stuff that I would see in 90 Day Fiancé would be stuff that I would point out and say, you know, this is kind of ridiculous. This right here is a red flag. When you see this kind of stuff, your antenna should shoot right up out your head. And to be honest with you, at that point, you need to. So you got to just be mindful of what's going on, and as far as when you're dealing with people. There's no sound. Oh no! Turn my mic up. Is that better? Does that sound better? All right. Is that sound? Hit a one if the sound is good for you guys. If you want me to turn it up, turn it down. Let me know. Oh, somebody just scrapping, aka Cat, said I watched them all. There you go. Yeah, some of this stuff though, I tell you, when you watch these programs, it'll drive your ass crazy. Like you'll be sitting there like, what the? Who is taping this? Like, are there adults available to pull these people aside and be like, don't do it? This guy is not worth it. You know, and at half the time, especially as we start talking about this dude Rob, with the whole pregnancy thing. There's a point where, for those not aware and those who are unfamiliar, thank you guys for hitting the ones. Let me know. Okay, there's sound. Good, good, good. Yeah, it did. And Lexa Power. It seems like your content blew up when you started doing Sister Wives. Oh, you love the live panel? Yeah, I'm trying to get that going. So stay up on that. Stay up on that. Hit me up in the like. Oh, I didn't include my email, but my email is usually attached to the video. So hit me up. Let me know, and we can get something together. Yeah, it's that's kind of the reason why I started focusing so much on Sister Wives, was because there was a lot more interest in the Sister Wives. So, you know, sometimes when I was doing 90 Day Fiancé, it felt like I was shouting into an empty room. So, and sometimes, it is what it is. Some folks enjoyed it, some people didn't too. But, I like to make everybody happy. Are you watching a family channel too? What is the family channel? Oh, Family Chantel. Yeah, I started watching Family Chantel. That thing. You know what? To be honest with you, with Family Chantel, and we'll get into the video in a little bit, but with the Family Chantel, I am not a huge fan of anybody really on Family Chantel. Like, oh, just scrapbooking, aka Cat. All right, Cat, thank you. Really, Reality Squad has been trying to reach you to do a Sister Wives panel. Okay, I'll check that out. I'll hit that up. Yeah, thank you for letting me know. Yeah, because I'll be watching Reality Squad. I see your stuff. I'm not gonna front. I'm not one of those YouTubers that sit there and pretend like I'm the only one who does anything on the show, and I'm not willing to talk to people. It is what it is. Like, when push comes down to shove, none of us know these folks. We all have an opinion, but if we can give like some insight or some perspective that maybe is entertaining or helpful to somebody else, then I think it's our duty to try to bring that out and bring that to light. So yeah, I'm down to do a panel with Reality Squad. She seems like fun. Oh, yeah, do videos. I do plan on doing some videos on the Family Chantel. Like I said, with Family Chantel, I just don't like anybody, because it seems like everybody is very calculating, and everybody has a plan on that show. And the plan is not like, oh, let's build a strong, healthy family so that we can be happy and grow old together. The plan is like, how can I use you and manipulate the situation so I can get all the things I want out of the situation? Now, when it comes to Chantel bringing Pedro, and like I know on some channels they kind of criticize Pedro for being money hungry and chasing the American dollar and all that good stuff. He's trying to capitalize on the American dollar. Well, when you start dating abroad, and hell, technically you start dating across town. If you live in a really big house in a really nice neighborhood, and you're dating people who don't necessarily live in aren't in your social strata, there should be some concern as to whether that person is using you or not. I mean, it's just built into the cake. So when you go to a different country, especially what you would consider maybe a country that's not as well off, and you start dating people, that should be a concern. And if something happens that starts to lend to the possibility that you're being used, then you have to, recognize that this is a possibility. And if you love him and he made you feel a certain kind of way, you bring him here and you get tricked. I say the same thing about Gino and Jasmine. You recognize what it is and you start to see the signs, but you ignore those signs, and people are warning you about those signs, and you tell them to hell with you because you don't know me and I'm grown, I do what I want to do, then it is what it is. The panel also has Reality Amanda too. Okay, Reality Amanda. Yeah, I watch her. She's funny. She's very funny. But Karen is interesting. Yeah, you know what? And to be honest with you, Ann, that is an excellent point. That is how they got their own show. They all suck. And they're extremely dysfunctional. Karen is crazy as hell. Karen is crazy as cat shit. Hands down. Like, she does a lot of things. And to be honest with you, Karen is the type of person, we can kind of get into it a little bit. Karen is the kind of person, this is Chantel's mother. She's the kind of person that talks you into a lot of dumb shit because she doesn't have any skin in the game. It's easy for me to tell you all the things you should do when it's not going to cost me any money or any time or any heartbreak if you do what I'm telling you to do and it backfires and blows up in your face. It just, you know what I mean? That's kind of where Karen is. And Karen is giving bad advice to Chantel. Like, oh, down in Georgia, you should steal this money out of a bank account, take it all from him, go hide it away. And then you try to hide his paperwork. You try to hide his documents so you can try to get him put out of the country. Those are his documents. And the minute you start doing things like that, you're almost guaranteeing that he's going to stay on his next interview. That you're almost guaranteeing it. You might as well just go ahead and write him and start writing him checks if it's like that. You know, and when rubber meets the road, okay, fine, you brought him here and he might have used you, whatever the case may be. But if he starts to do well financially, and he's going to leave you, if he's going to leave you because he used you to get here anyway, and I'm not saying that that's the case, but if that was the case, this dude somebody is using you to get to America. They get to America and they start doing really well financially. You want them to do well financially because if they're not doing well financially, they can start hitting your pockets because the documents that you signed to get them here pretty much ensure that you will take care of them financially. It's not going to fall on anybody else. So you're responsible for them, and the government is not playing games. Like, they don't give a shit that the person, you swore that this was the love of your life, that you had to live with them. When we did the interviews with you, the many interviews that you do in order to get the K-1 visa approved and all the money you pay to get the K-1 visa approved, you swore you love them, that this was the real deal. Now you want us to go back and fix it for you? The government don't give a shit. You on your own. So you have to be cognizant of that fact. Ideally, the whole premise of the show, 90 Day Fiancé, is actually flawed. Because the 90 days is not for you to bring somebody to the country to try to get to know them so that you can figure out whether you want to marry them or not. The 90 days is actually just a buffer for you to be, so you don't have to touch down. The person doesn't have to fly into the country and you run right to the chapel to the wedding. It gives you a buffer so that you can figure out the best time for you to be able to arrange when you get married, and so that way you have some time, you have some leeway, so that if you don't get married after the 3 months, they can tell you that you can hit the bricks. Oh, well, you had 3 months to do it. You should have figured it out. And that's how they do it. Oh, Angela M64 said, Karen's husband needs to grow a backbone. Hell yeah, he do. That dude is a bitch. Like, pardon my French, but like, there's not, when I look at him and how he carries himself, like, he's just so weak. He's so pliable. Anything that anybody wants to do, he's right there, like, kind of the slimy dude, like, yeah, you know, yeah. He's like the henchman guy. Like, anything Karen has going on, she say something crazy out of her mouth, she puts herself and her family in danger, talking about we gonna fly down to Dominican Republic and we gonna try to square up on Pedro's family. First of all, don't go anywhere and expect a physical confrontation with somebody. If you think that, like, for instance, there was a long time ago, I had firearms training. Right, I'm training tactical urban warfare, urban combat, whatever. But one of the first things they tell you when you are have any type of firearm training and you can carry a firearm, the first thing they tell you is that if you have to go somewhere where you feel like you need a pistol to get out or a firearm to get out of that situation, you and your gun should stay the fuck home. Point blank. Don't put yourself in situations where bad things can happen to you. What I see with Karen and her husband is they constantly take and put themselves in bad situations. And they take their kids with them too. And you're adults. Like, you should be like, look, you should be the calming voice. Like, look, it's not worth it. Things ain't working out between you and your husband. You don't go down there to the Dominican Republic where they were poisoning Americans not long ago. I remember when Americans were going down there getting slumped. Like, they were straight getting slumped down there in in the DR. You know, they were poisoning them and all kinds of stuff, try to rob them and all that. Don't go to foreign countries causing stuff, creating problems, and then being surprised when things happen to you in these foreign countries. You don't know nobody in that country. Don't go to neighborhoods. If you're not from a neighborhood, don't go to foreign neighborhoods or strange neighborhoods across town that you don't know nobody and you ain't got nobody there to help you navigate the situation, and you go over there looking for problems. Because the problem is, when you go looking for problems, you might mess around and find a problem. And Pedro's mom, I know Karen, she taking a little bit of the taekwondo. It looks like she's taking more of a karate. Like, she's taking karate like a Japanese art. And she's doing a little poses. But, yeah, right. Just scrapping, aka Cat, yeah, right. Thanks for the super chat, by the way. Cat, you know what's scrapping? I'm gonna have to make you you're the show producer. You be producing the shows. What do I think? Oh, just to finish the thought real quick. If you are practicing karate, the first key to any martial art is let that shit be a surprise. So if you know karate, you know martial arts, and you get into trouble with somebody, you don't tell them that you know martial arts. They'll figure it out when you do something. Hey, when it's time for them to know, they will know that you know what you know. You know what I mean? You don't have to tell them. You don't have to give them like the preview. You know, like that whole thing, like that's old school, like kung fu theater, black belt theater, where you get out and you start doing your techniques or whatever. You start doing katas to demonstrate your power. No, hell no. When the problems start, then they get to see what you know. Before that, no, you don't get to see. But don't take your kids down to places where you might have to fight your way out. If you have to fight your way out, stay the hell home. It's not worth it. Just scrapping aka Cat gave the $4.99 super chat. She said, what do I think about Pedro brushing his teeth the way he did, leg up on the counter? That was disgusting. First of all, I don't understand. Like, I'm watching some of these shows. I don't understand why people hoist their ass up on these kitchen counters the way they do. People be sitting on these counters. Like, you don't put your behind where I be putting my food. Well, who raised you? You know, why you got you standing in your drawers with your garter belt socks on to pull your shirt tails down. First of all, first things first, get some shirts that fit. Stop shopping for your shirts in the little boys section of the store. Go over there to the man's section, get a shirt that fit. And try to get a shirt that's not a damn schmedium. Okay? Get a shirt that fit. Then you don't have to try to find something that's going to pull it down like you wearing were you wearing like some kind of elastic top or whatever. You know, you don't want to be wearing clothes like you're a grown-ass man, Doc. Like, you don't want to be wearing clothes where if something happened in the street, especially you put yourself in these bad situations with these people and the medical people show up, the EMS show up, they got to cut your shirt up off your back so that you can breathe. Like, there's some things you just don't want to have happen. And, you know, I'm not really impressed with that. I think he was trying to show his junk off. I think, to be honest with you, I think he was trying to advertise a little bit. So, hope you ladies enjoyed. Because I think that's why he was doing leg. You know, because that's not even kind of comfortable. Let me hoist my leg up here and brush my teeth. Like, you know what I mean? First of all, you're a grown-ass man. No woman want to see you shoving crap in your mouth while you're trying to brush your teeth up on the counter. You know, so you got to be careful who you advertising to. We love to hate everything TV. Okay. I appreciate that. Wow, thank you for letting me know, Mike. Midwest Jess. I gotta check it out. I gotta see. Maybe my things are wrong. My emails are wrong or something. I gotta take a look because I haven't seen any of these. Oh, 90-Day Last Resort. There wasn't a couple you were rooting for. There's Mace, chill. Yeah, girl. Dude, I'm sorry, Mace. I can't see your picture. Yeah, but I agree. There was nobody I was rooting for. They all need individual therapy to leave that relationship alone. You know what? I'll take it a step further. Not to go too far afield. I know some people might have hit up for the thing. Make sure you hit the like on your way in. But 90 Day Last Resort, that entire show, that's not how therapy works. if you are, and what bothers me is, like 90 Day Fiancé as a whole, as a premise, it bothers me because people will walk away thinking that that's what the K1 visa is about. The K1 visa is actually supposed to be for people who are actually in full, loving, caring relationships. They communicate with one another, and they're trying to get here so that they can start their lives together. Or I'm sorry, continue their lives. Not start their lives or start their relationships. Hey, I met somebody on Tinder, so I'm going to bring them to America to see if it works out. I got 90 days to figure out if I want to be with them or not. That's not what the K1 visa is about. The K1 visa is supposed to arrange for people who are already in a relationship, loving long-term relationship, solid people, to bring them here so that you can get married legally and be able to reside here in the United States. That's what the K1 visa is for. It's not a dating app. Like, this isn't a dating game. Okay? But with the Last Resort, it kind of falls into the point where they have a bunch of people who are doing the Last Resort and they shouldn't be on the Last Resort. Like, the therapy sessions were focused more on, like, do you have sex therapy? Or let's talk about what positions you enjoy. Let's talk about the freakdom nature of it. Let's talk about the freaky deaky. Let's share our secret thoughts and our imaginations. And every one of the couples had insane trust issues. Like, forget being intimate. How the hell are you going to talk about intimacy when they can't even trust each other across the room? Like, who is it, Kelly and Molly? They needed help. I think Molly actually had somebody else. Like, let's keep it all the way stacked. We're gonna start throwing some tea and some supposition. I think for those who are aware of the show, there was a lady named Molly. She show up and she was dating a guy from New York. He was a police officer. She brings him down to where she lives in Georgia. I think that he got fired off of his job because he refused to talk about what happened at his job. I think he lost his job. I mean, I'm gonna keep it all the way a stack. And for those who know and those who don't know, for those who make the uninitiated, sometimes police officers have fans, they have groupies, right? And so there are people who like cops. They just want to date a cop because they find the power attractive. Maybe they like the uniform, whatever the kink is. They like the handcuffs, who knows, right? There's firemen, they got the same thing. Firemen, firewomen, they got the same thing. But I think Molly liked the fact that he was a police officer and she was attracted to that. And then when he was no longer a police officer, then he was no longer attractive to her. And there's also a point too with Molly. I kind of get the feeling like she's not used to having a relationship. So some of these people do way better with relationships as long as they're long distance relationships. The minute the people move into town, they move around and you can interact with them on a daily basis, then the relationship falls apart. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Farm Girl. My email isn't in the description of this this live because I was trying to do a lot of stuff last minute. I had a crazy busy week this week. Okay, Reality Squad in the house. Love you. All right. Yeah, but my email is in all my other videos, and I'm going to change around my YouTube page so that you can see all my information. I have to change it because I'm scheduling some of these live so that everybody knows when the stuff is happening, and that way they can plan for more if they want to come. Yeah. Mace Chill. Yeah, she's saying that none of these people actually need to be together. It's sad, of course, because there are children involved. Yes, Mace, yes. And that's kind of what I want to talk about today. Michael and Angela, shake my head. I live in Georgia, And she was here in Savannah recently. Oh, tearing Savannah down. Savannah's nice. Savannah's nice. I used to spend a lot of time in Georgia when I was a kid. My family had, I had relatives who had farms in Alberton, Georgia. It's not that far from Atlanta. But yeah, I used to spend a lot of time in Georgia growing up. So every now and again, the crazy part is, despite my northern charm, sometimes I have a little bit of a southern draw with some of my languages, some of my words. I used to get caught a lot in college with it. Like, get excited, you say something, you be like, whoa, that was super country. Like, yeah, well, it was an upbringing. Yes, James, we don't see your email. Please let us know at Farm Girl. I will. You know what? I'll type it in now. It'll give me 2 seconds. Oh, yes. I did. You know what? I said something about the hall pass, too. You know what the crazy part is, Carrie? Yes. You know what? We could talk about it. We could talk about it. We just be a little more freeform on this one. With the hall pass, as far as the Asuelo and Kalani went, I'm not a big fan of the hall pass unless it's something that you started in your relationship either beforehand, when you started putting your relationship together, the parameters or borders of your relationship together, or is this something that you both agree on? It's like a kink thing. Like, you guys are okay with people stepping out. Maybe you want to get a little strange. You're okay with your husband and your wife going out, getting your partner going out, getting, something a little different, a little taste of different flavors. You okay with that? Then I don't really have a problem with it. The only issue I would have is that if somebody is mistreating you, they're not doing you right, don't hang around so that you can get the benefit of a hall pass. Go ahead and just jet. Pack your bags and go. There's nothing for you to stick around for. And there's no reason for you. Like, if Asuelo banged out 12 people, Kalani going out, banging out 12 guys is not going to take off or reduce what Asuelo did. You still don't trust them. It's not like it improved your relationship at all. If anything, it just made it worse because you're introducing other people. Not to mention the way Kalani did it. And this is more like, it's not an insult to her, but it's just kind of what it is. Like, has a kind of personality where she doesn't do one night stands. Like, she's not the person who goes out and sleeps with a bunch of people easily, or at least that's how she's coming off. And with that being said, anybody that she starts messing with, she's going to have some kind of connection with that person. And that could be damaging not only to her, but it can also be damaging to the other person that she gets involved with. Like, if you're dating somebody who's married and then all of a sudden they start, you start catching feelings for that person. And then they look at you and be like, well, I told you I was married, so you got to stuff your feelings down, or whatever the case may be. Like, you're doing unnecessary damage to yourself and potentially to somebody else. So that's the only thing. Like, Asuelo, that dude was a damn mess. And this is also, like, even, thank you for that, because it's kind of a segue into what we're talking about with regard to Rob and Sophie from Current 90 Days. Sorry, I was just reading one of the posts. Lexa Power said she dated a cop and it was gross. I hated it and didn't like him. Never again. Hello. I hated that he wanted the power, and I don't want to be attracted to guys like that. Yeah. See, that's the thing. Some people find it off-putting, but there are people who are very attracted to police officers for that very reason. Like, they're very attracted to them. What I was saying was, yeah, hall pass is a stupid solution. Being cheated on, just leave. Yeah. Yeah, you know what, and that's a fair play, Carrie. She very well may have needed that boost. But see, and that's kind of where I'm at too, because one of the things, like even with the Sister Wives content that I put out, that I always talk about is I try to push people to have the strength within themselves to leave bad situations because the situations are bad. Because you're not getting what you need out of the situation, so you leave. Not to leave a situation because it's bad and you find somebody else to leave the situation for. Because when you leave a bad situation for somebody else, that opens up the possibility, and it, unfortunately, the very real possibility that if it doesn't work out with that other person, that you may go back to that bad situation because it didn't work out with this guy. So in Kalani's case, the guy's name I think is Dallas. So in Kalani's case, she leaves her husband because Dallas seems like he's more attentive, more caring than Asuelo. But Asuelo starts being nice because, when you lose somebody, you all of a sudden you start knowing how to act. You start getting up on the get right. As they used to say back in the day. You start to get right. You know what I mean? When the person goes, all of a sudden you know how to bring your ass home at night. You know how to call. You know how to check in. You start doing things where you should have been doing it the whole time, which might have kept your relationship together. But you start on the get right. Then the guy Dallas, if he starts messing up, then all that happens is Kalani looks at it and says, I don't know why I left Mr. Get Right for now. For this guy Dallas, it didn't work out, and she starts giving Asuelo a chance. So you find yourself kind of repeating that same circle. So I have a problem with that. And not to mention, when you start messing with somebody because the person you're with is messing up, then usually what happens, I'm going to come back up a little bit. Usually what happens is you start messing with this person because your significant other isn't doing something. The only thing that other person really has to do is not do the thing that the person you with is doing. It's not that they're a great person, a great partner, a great companion. It's just that they're not screwing up like the last dude is. So, the bar is set so low because Asuelo kind of, when he comes off like a piece of shit because he's a cheater. So all dude has to do is not cheat on her. That doesn't mean that he's a good guy, because that's a no bar situation. To be honest with you, asking or demanding that a guy don't cheat on you, or a person don't cheat on you, or step out on you, or don't beat you, or whatever the case may be, is an extremely low bar. Oh yeah, I just want to be with somebody who don't cuss me out all the time. That's an extremely low bar. So you want somebody who's going to make you feel a certain kind of way. And if the only thing he's doing to make you feel that way, and this is part of the reason why I kind of wish Kalani took a little time to herself, because if the only thing he's doing to make you feel a certain kind of way is to pay you a couple of compliments, maybe say some nice things to you, bring you some flowers, open the door for you every now and again, that's not really what I would hope for her. Like, I want her to genuinely be happy. I don't know. And again, the Dallas dude, I don't know. He might be the shit. Like, he might be awesome. He might be amazing. He might be a wonderful man. I don't know. There's also a problem, too, that especially when you have little kids and you messing around with somebody, I kind of suspect that Kalani wasn't bringing her sons around Dallas. So when you have those types of relationships, Dallas is used to messing with Kalani. Just Kalani, the single mom sneaking out, knocking boots, throwing it down, back breaking, jumping off the dresser, doing freaky stuff. Kalani, that's the woman he's used to. He's not used to Mama Kalani. So when you try to incorporate him into your whole life, you may see a different side of Dallas. And again, this goes back to you leaving your relationship for somebody else. Because if he's not doing the right thing by you and your kids, he might treat you special, but your kids like, tell these little bastards to get the hell out of it. Where's their father at? That's not the dude you want to be with. He's not a good guy. You know what I mean? He might be a good partner for you while you're single, but he's not a good man. You know what I mean? He doesn't fit into your life, as it were. I won't say he's not a good man, but he don't fit into your life. So you want somebody to fit into your whole life, the whole picture. Anybody genuinely feel bad for Oswald? No. It's great, man. I'm supposed to just feel, you know what? And I want to say this. Asuelo, there is a point where for those who are Sister Wives fan, we're gonna kind of, I guess, vacillate between the two because I think that a lot of these kind of cross over. I feel bad for Oswilla the same way I feel bad for Robin. Like, it's, you cry too much. Like, I don't mind people being emotional and being in touch with their emotions. In fact, I like that because, you know, you don't want to have somebody who's bottling it up and then all of a sudden one day you sit there, the syrup or something spilled, they start tearing the house up, you know, because they explode. It's just one thing too many because they haven't dealt with any problems. They haven't dealt with their emotions. They haven't dealt with their shit. So I don't mind people being emotional. But, like, when people are too, you know, not that too emotional, but you know what I mean, too emotional. Like, it's just, anything happens, and all of a sudden, you know, I burned the toast. You come in there, they on their knees in the kitchen because they got burnt the toast and they out of butter or something. Like, what is everything okay? Somebody died? No, the milk, we're out. Hold up now. You know what I mean? So you don't want somebody that's like, because then you start to worry, you know, I start worrying, like, maybe you have other issues. There's other things going on. And Asuelo, he does the wrong thing, and then he cries about it. But he doesn't do anything to fix the thing that he did wrong. Like, you so upset that you cheated on her, and you're such a fool, and you're so sorry. But then you at the strip club acting a fool. To be honest with you, the whole strip club issue, let's talk about that for a minute. Do you guys mind if we kind of do this, or do you want me to just go right into the video that I put on the thumbnail? If you want me to do the thing that I put on the thumbnail, drop me a 1 in it, and I'll just cut it off. We'll just go right into that video. We can always come back to this other stuff later. If you want me to just keep going on and we can kind of freeform it, just give me a 2. And in that way, we'll just, I just want to give you guys what you want. But just real quick while I'm loading some numbers up and I see what everybody has. When it comes down to, like, Jovi, there's a gentleman by the name of Jovi and Yara. Yara is a Ukrainian young lady. Jovi is from Louisiana, New Orleans, as they say, Nolans. And Jovi is, you know, at least, oh, you want me to go right into the stuff? Okay. Oh, wait, what did I say? Oh, it's okay to do it this way, right? 222. So we're good, right? All right. So Jovi is a guy from New Orleans. Okay, Angela, I see. I'll get into it, and then we can always come back to it at the end because I want to respect everybody's time. Just real quick, Jovi's a guy from New Orleans, and I think Jovi has an alcohol problem. And not only does he have an alcohol problem, he constantly wants to go to the strip club. Like, he has a fascination with the strip club. And when I see that, I just say to myself, like, this doesn't really work. So we got to figure it out. And this is one of the things they need to talk about at the last resort. Like, Jovi has an alcohol problem and he got a stripper problem because he can't separate himself from wanting to go to the strippers. Yeah, he's got a man-child. Sex and alcohol. Yeah, he's an alcoholic. But he presses his buddies, the male components, and we'll come back to it because I'll get into the videos real quick with Rob and Sophie. But he takes Asuelo out to the strip club, and the last place any one of these guys need to go is to a strip club. They 100% need to start trying to figure out how to pay more attention to the women that they came with instead of trying to figure a night out where they can relax and go pay attention to a bunch of ladies that they ain't got nothing to do with. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm anti-strip club because I don't really care one way or another about strip clubs. I'm not a big fan of strip clubs because, like I said, I don't like going places where I feel like I got to pay for people to pay attention to me or talk to me or, you know what I mean, give me any kind of attention. I don't want to pay for it. I want people to do it because they want to be around me. They like being around me. They like talking to me. I don't want to pay for somebody to sit there and have a conversation with. That's just me, though, right? But otherwise, I don't really strip clubs, you do you. You're an adult. As long as everybody's an adult and everybody's consent and everybody does what is doing something that they want to do and not forced to do, then I'm okay with it. But fellas, don't, there comes a point where you got to, Asuelo, he should have been looking at it as soon as Jovi said, hey, let's go to the strip club. He should have said, look, man, I'm trying to keep my wife. I don't know about you. I don't know what's going on in your life. I don't know about your business. But I'm trying to stay married. I don't want to get divorced. Okay? I've been messing up. Like, everybody here knows that I've been cheating. And if everybody, I think at that time, people didn't know that Asuelo had been cheating the whole time. But he knew. He knew. You knew why she was upset. You knew what your problems were. And this is where I get into the whole idea of him crying all the time and being like the response, and I don't feel bad for him. Because you knew you were cheating the whole time and you knew she had every reason to be upset with what you were doing. And yet you still decided to take your ass to the strip club anyway. And then not only did you go to the strip club, you sit up there getting a lap, like a super duper deluxe lap dance when you up on the stage and the women basically are simulating sexual activities with you. The absolute positively worst thing you could possibly be doing when you trying to not only save your wife, but you trying to save your family because you have kids with this woman. So you're making bad choices. And that's where, that's why I don't feel bad for Asuelo. So, Farm Girl, what is the appeal of a strip club? You know what the appeal of a strip club is? No. Yeah, in order. Farm Girl, what is the appeal of a strip club? To be honest with you, the appeal of a strip club is that when you go to a strip club, it's about fantasy. You have for the guys who go, it's about the relationship, the girlfriend experience. The best strippers give you the girlfriend experience where they give you attention from an attractive woman and make you feel sexually desirable and that you're interested. And you don't have to deal with this woman as a woman in any of her issues or problems or things that she has going on, her hopes or dreams or aspirations. You don't have to deal with none of that. You only have to deal with how she looks. And then you can sit there and say the stupid shit that most guys, will say. I won't say most guys, but a lot of guys will say to women. Like, all of a sudden, my opinion matters to you. Like, if you're in a gym and you're working out and you have a really nice figure and a guy feels like he has to positively tell you that, oh, girl, you stacked up, girl. You a brick shit house. She doesn't need to hear that from me. Like, and even if I did say it, okay, fine, thank you very much. Keep it pushing. But no. I got to talk to you some more because you need to hear how attracted I am to you because it's important to you that you know. Like, and at the strip club, you can have that mentality and have that conversation. And that's kind of the fantasy. And again, you don't have to deal with any of the problems. They pretend like everything you say is great. Everything you say is wonderful. That's kind of where you become the best customer, Cody and Robin. And that's where that comes from. So I think for Jovi, I think that's the appeal. And plus, not, for some guys, and this isn't all guys, but for some guys, there's an objectification that happens in the strip club. And to be honest with you, I've talked to women who danced or whatever, because I talk to everybody. I've talked to motorcycle gang members, skinheads. Like, I've go out and have these rando conversations with people, and they'll open up and tell me things. But one of the things that stuck with me is, to be honest with you, because of the way a lot of guys treat the ladies in these clubs, a lot of the ladies who dance have poor relationships. In some cases, they already had poor relationships with men to start. But this is not everybody. So please don't blanket them and say, James thinks all strippers have problems. No. Some of them have issues with guys already. But when you are in some of these clubs and you spend a couple nights or months or maybe a year or two with guys just clawing at you, gripping at you, talking crazy to you, disrespecting you, and treating you like an object as opposed to a person, they start to develop a low opinion of men to begin with. And when they deal with you, they're not dealing with you because, they just genuinely love people and they like hanging out, and they like being social, and this is a party. They're dealing with you strictly on a business level, and they're using that business level mindset to manipulate the situation, and that's where it gets a little darker. So the appeal is that they understand that it can be darker. And again, this isn't all of them. This isn't everybody. But some of them do understand the darker appeal of it, and they use that and manipulate that, and they will pull the guys in even stronger. Like some of the darker women who dance are women who are big money earners because they don't look at it as, oh, well, I need to take it easy on this guy because clearly he has to go home and buy groceries for his family. There's some of them that take the grocery money and the mortgage money and then send them over across the bank to go get a loan and bring it back to them so they can buy a car. So, I mean, there's that. But was Asuelo really trying to keep his wife? You know what? To be honest with you, I think he was trying to keep his wife because he liked his situation. I think that, and we'll get into it when we talk, great segue for a lot of these 90-day fiance storylines. I think that Rob and Sophie's situation is similar. When you have people who cheat and they get used to cheating and it's something that they're allowed to do within their relationship, they don't want to give up that relationship. Why would you want to give up the relationship where you can have your cake and eat it too? You know, and this is part of the reason why I'm not a big fan of the hall pass. Like somebody mentioned earlier, I'm not a fan of the hall pass for that reason. Christina Fisher with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Love your perspective. I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody spending time with me because I know it's a Friday and everybody's not excited about 90 Day Fiancé. Not as excited as I am apparently because I'm rattling off a bunch of storylines. Oh, wow. Ginger. He's canceled. I'm canceled. Polygamy is the ultimate girlfriend experience, and the guy doesn't have to pay. Yeah, that's true, and that's also part of the attraction of it. I think that you don't have a lot of the same responsibility. Okay. Carrie says she's been to that exact club in Key West for a joke at a bachelorette party, and then with my ex-husband. I took my new man there as a joke because he knew the stories and he wanted to leave in 5 minutes. Yeah, some of them are, some of them ain't that good. Like, people there would, stab wounds and bullet holes. Like, what are we doing? Like, this is a rough spot. Yeah, it's so true. Yeah, because that's what I'm saying, Alexa, is that if when you have these situations where you can mistreat somebody and then they never go, and you just keep doing it, and all you gotta do is stand there and apologize and for oh, thank you, Ginger. You stand there and all you gotta do, like in Asuelo's case, all he does is just stand there and start crying. Yeah, he's messing up, and he's like, "Oh, I messed up. I'm sorry. I want to keep my family together. I'm so sorry." And he just go out like he crying on Monday. He out. He try to be good on Tuesday, screw it up on Wednesday. Thursday come around pre-weekend. Friday full weekend. Saturday full weekend. Sunday he trying to recover. Monday he crying again. You know what I mean? And then wash, rinse, repeat. And the only thing that's happening, especially when kind of hammer on this hall pass thing, because I'm not a big fan of it. The only thing that can happen is that you find yourself in a situation where you're trying to take advantage of a hall pass so that you can stay with Asuelo in the Kalani Asuelo sense. You try to stay with Asuelo, so you take advantage of the hall pass. Then you mess around, spend a little more time with this dude. As they used to say back in the day, you sit in a barbershop long enough, you're going to get your hair cut. And you keep messing around with this dude, all of a sudden, boom, you get pregnant again. Now you got 3 babies with a dude that you probably don't even want to be with. So, don't stay with people who you don't want to be with. Don't invest more time into somebody that you don't want to spend any time with, or somebody who's not worth your time. If he's not worthy of your time, give him more time. Because that's the one resource that you can never get back. You can lose time, you can waste time, you can destroy time and everything else, but the one thing that you can never do is get back time. So don't waste your time. Okay, Lex Power says sounds like my ex-husband. He put on the front with the flowers and the tears. And he was abusive. I'm sorry to hear that. Toxic pattern. And you know what? And to be honest with you, that is a toxic pattern because it's a circle. It's a circle of abuse. And I don't know if I can say abuse on live, so I guess we'll find out. But what happens is that, nobody starts out crazy. Because if people started out showing you who they were, most cases you wouldn't mess with them. What it is they figure you out and they get you tied in. They get you hooked in. And then once they get you hooked in and they slowly start to make you think that, a little bit, the little tests that they do are normal. So they give you a little stern talking to, a quick look, or, outrage, or their actions or reactions are a little bit inappropriate. And we'll get into it again with Rob and Sophie. And it just slowly increases. And as they start to realize that they can get away with a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more, they do something, then they pull it back. Then they do a little bit more, then they pull it back and apologize. And then you'll find yourself in a cycle where, you have the calm part, then you have the tension, then you'll have the explosion or the confrontation, then you have the apology, the reconciliation. That's usually like the makeup sex, the flowers, the roses, the apologies, the promises that you'll never do it again. You'll have a calm period, and then you start right back over again. And that creates that cycle. And the craziest part about it is as that cycle happens and it goes on, you just become more and more accustomed to that, and it becomes more and more normalized. So by the time it gets done and over, you look back and kind of remember fondly the days when he was just yelling at you. Or the days when you would just go to a restaurant and he would disrespect you because he would linger on the waitress too long. So there is that kind of thing. Yeah, I agree, Lexa, because so much of it, like, it's so crazy. They like, YouTube will like flag certain words, but we're literally talking about what it is. Like, when we talk about sister wives, Cody may not be physically abusive to these ladies, but he's certainly financially abusive to them. When I look at what happened with Janelle, when I look at what happened with Christine, he's financially abusive. Absolutely. He's emotionally abusive. Like, he does things, and the way he presents things, says things, ignoring them, cutting off their kids. Like, these are all forms and factors that he uses to try to control these women, and it's extremely abusive. But, we can't say it on YouTube because it might offend somebody, but like, sometimes you just got to be able to call a thing what a thing is, so that we can all bring light to it, so that we can actually start, dealing with it at the root, and being able to say that, like, this is not okay. Like, and I think that's also why I started the channel, because I felt like there was so much stuff on TV, especially reality shows, that, somebody has to stand up and say, this shit is not okay. This is not all right. All right. Let's see. Yes. By withholding affection, that's a form of abuse. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that you got to give it to somebody just because they asking for it. Like, I'm not a big fan of that either. Oh, you married, so therefore you have some kind of duty and responsibility to make sure all my needs are satisfied. Like, that's ridiculous. No, sucker. They have a word for that starts with rape and rhymes with grape. You understand what I mean? So you don't have a right to demand certain things. But at the same time, it shouldn't be used as a tool or a weapon. Because once you do that, you take away the, I won't say the value of it, but you take away the emotional significance of that act by making it a bartering tool. Because once it's a bartering tool, you can't, like, I'm not going to, pretend that money is sacrosanct, because I use money to buy things. That's the only reason I have money. I don't look at the money and be like, oh, I love these pictures. These portraits are amazing. Like, I have money because I use money to purchase things. So if you're using your intimacy as a form of control for other people, then it doesn't mean a whole lot. You know. Uh, yeah, well, I agree, Lexa. I think that when it comes to the physical part, there are emotional needs and there are physical needs. Like I think, a lot of times people will try to play it down like, doing that thing is not important, but in relationships, especially long-term relationships where that is a part of your your relationship, then to deny somebody access to that is not a positive experience. Okay. Let's get into the for those people. I don't want to disrespect anybody's time. So for those people who came in specifically to talk about Rob and Sophie, we're going to talk about that, and then guys, we can talk about whatever you like after that. All right. Promise. I promise. I promise. All right. So Rob and Sophie. Rob is a gentleman who came from. He's in Inglewood. I think he was born in Kansas City or something. Then he moved to Oregon. He talked about like he's supposed to be a model and an actor, and I guess a dancer. I couldn't really see the dancer from an airport scene. Like he moved okay for a guy who was in a club or dancing for his girlfriend in a creepy, cringy ass way in the airport. But I can't really see that being a professional level dancer. The production just wasn't there. So with that being said, okay, Charisma, I see you. What's up? What's up? Okay, yeah. Me, so I was going to do that. So with this particular story, Sophie is a young lady. She's from England, London, England. And she came over. They met Rob on a internet site. They started hanging out. They were dealing with each other. They visited each other a few times. So it's not a situation where they've seen each other for the first time in person. They've actually been dealing with each other. So, hold on. Excuse me, 1 second. 1 second. Give me 2 seconds so I can get the sneeze out. I'm back, y'all. Okay. um. So essentially, what happened was, Rob has displayed himself to be a person who, from the very beginning, for me, there were a lot of things I saw Rob do that I didn't necessarily approve of. Um. Oh, thank you, Mace. I appreciate that. Okay, Deanna Welts, I see. Um, he like when he goes to pick her up, he's like everything he does is like fantastic and great. You should have confidence in yourself. I'm not hating on him for that. So he goes to pick her up at the airport, and he asks his buddy, before he goes to get her, yeah, I gotta have a funky fresh dance so when she come down, I'll be able to dance for her. And I'm thinking like, okay, if you gonna go that far, like if you can sing, like I do karaoke and stuff, and I'm okay singing. I'm not getting signed to do records. Yeah, I'm okay singer, but I can sing. I can carry a note, right? And there are a few songs I would sing, a few songs I wouldn't sing, especially if my lady was getting off a plane and I haven't seen her in a while, and I wanted to break it down and start singing a song. If you're going to do that, it has to be something that ties to her, is important to her, something that touches her. Otherwise, you're just showing off, or you're trying to show off. What I saw with the dance that he had put together, it wasn't something that necessarily spoke to her. It's just something he wanted to do for the show. It felt more like it was him trying to show off for himself as opposed to doing something for her. To me, that takes away from a lot of the romance part of it, if I can say that, if you guys think that that's fair. Maybe you don't. Maybe you're like, James, you're an asshole. Who are you to tell people what romance is? For me, I think that if you're going to do something that's romantic, it's not something that you feel is romantic. Like for some people, standard fare would be romance is going out buying your loved one a bunch of roses, right? they'll say, oh, that's romantic. But if your lady doesn't like flowers, or she's not a big fan of roses, you going out buying roses isn't romantic to her. If she, instead of buying roses, if you guys had a conversation and she talked about how when she got to America, the first thing she want to do is go get some flaming hot Cheetos, right? Because she loves flaming hot Cheetos, and oh, she got such a taste for them. Or, she likes coffee from whatever 7-Eleven or whatever. You show up with something that she spoke to you about, and it's something that you guys had a conversation about and you made a connection on, and you show up with that thing. To me, that shows romance, because it's something that is important to her, and it shows and demonstrates that you're paying attention and that you're present for your relationship. Like, to me, that would be more romantic. So if it was something that was important to her, like if she said, Rob, I love the way you dance, boy, when you dance, it turns me on. That's my shit. I can't wait to see you in flesh, because the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is dance for me. And then when she got off the plane, he said, stop. And then start playing this music. And he started doing his bad dance. Like, then that makes more sense to me. But if it's just something that, hey, I like dancing. I do some woodworking, so you guys are going, like, my walls will not be blank for long. See, I'm making some signs and stuff, so I'm going to hang them up, making some art. But I like woodworking. But I wouldn't show up with something I like doing, hey, go outside, girl. That doesn't mean anything to her. So I didn't really get the feeling that she was necessarily enthusiastic about him dancing. After he dances for her, then he goes over to greet her, says hello, and all that. So he made her, like, she's excited to see him. Rob! And she comes running up to him. He's like, stop! Hammer time! Start dancing, and to a song that I don't know if that's her song. Like, it would have made more sense if it was a song she liked. I don't know if it was her song, because she didn't start tapping her toes, snapping her fingers, and nothing. Like, she wasn't into the song. She just looked like she was confused and scared. What is going on? In fact, she asked that question. So after that happened, he kissed her. And then he walks her to the entrance. He gets down on one knee and proposes to her. And he's like, yeah, that was romantic. It was like princess level. No, it wasn't. I hate to tell you, bro, that was probably the most... I don't know. It was like, it's something that would be important. It made sense from his perspective to propose to her as soon as possible. But from her perspective, even she was like, that wasn't necessarily the most romantic place, because it doesn't really demonstrate a whole lot of planning in the thing. It just seems like I don't want to be, again, I'm really trying not to be a dickhead, because, I'm older than Rob. I'm significantly older than Rob. So it's not that I'm speaking more from wisdom of experience than, maybe what he's working with. But I don't think even at like 20 some odd years old or 30 years old, I would have been thinking it like, this is going to get her. This is the one, yo. When I get down on one knee in that airport and I get up after, people trying to walk around me with luggage, she's going to remember this for the rest of her life. Usually you try, with something like that, you try to imprint it on them. So you try to give them something that when you tell the story, or you give her that story, like, when did he propose? What happened? Oh, I got off the plane and he just gave me the ring. That's kind of where I'm at. But, okay, yeah, enough of me tearing them apart, because it's easy to do Monday morning quarterbacking. The first instance we have is, and I wish I had pulled a clip. I was jamming a lot of these clips in last minute. But the first instance that we had that there was a problem for me, aside from like the dancing and the stuff that he was doing for himself and everything being centered around him, aside from that, because, young guy, a little cocky, a little conceited, whatever. It could just be a personality thing. The one thing I genuinely didn't like was when they got on the elevator, because they go to the elevator at LAX so that they can go up through the parking garage so he can get to his car. He hits the buttons, like starts pushing the buttons like a kid, like, calm down. And he jams the doors, so now the elevator is stuck. And the doors are closed. They're in a hot ass elevator. This is LA, so it's not exactly the coolest place in the world. So that elevator, especially the airport, could or couldn't, I don't know. You guys let me know. It could or couldn't smell crazy, right? And not be a pleasant place. And he's standing there, and instead of just saying, oh man, I messed that up, he starts acting as though nothing is his fault. And he doesn't take responsibility for anything. Which is, like, later on, it stays consistent. Like, people are who they are. And so when people show you, you know, as the quote everybody's going to say, you know, when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. When people start demonstrating who they are, don't just give them like, oh, that's just a one-off thing. He was upset. He was confused. He didn't know what he was doing. You know, it's a thing where you got to recognize it. Like, okay, that's a flag. Like, this guy can't take responsibility. Like, he got us stuck in the elevator. You know, for Sophie, again, just having her in mind. Like, she got off a plane. She's been up all day, probably traveling from Europe to here, you know, flying to different places. Like, she probably touched down in New York, and then she had to run over to so she can get a plane that's going to fly her across country. And just from, like, New York to California is a pain in the ass. I can't even imagine trying to go from, like, Britain to here in New York and then flying to California. Like, that's a crazy, like, she should be exhausted. And then you get her stuck on the elevator, and then you pretend like it's not a big deal. I don't know what you bad about. Did I got her stuck on the elevator, girl? And she's trying to tell him, like, not only has she been traveling all day, but to her it's 4 o'clock in the morning. And he doesn't give a shit. Like, he clearly doesn't care that she's been up all day traveling. It's all about him. And that's always a bad way to start any relationship off. When you're in a relationship with somebody and they're only concerned about themselves, how they benefit, what they're getting out of it, and what feels good to them, it's going to be a bad time. You in for a rough ride. So you have that. And that's like the culmination or the beginning part of this relationship. And again, this is only like the first day. He gets her back, you know, and they have like the little romantic dinner outside on the porch. I don't know how long that dinner was out there on that porch though. Like, you know, especially the first time you meet Rob, he's there throwing like roach traps around the crib. I think it was roach traps. Look like roach motels or whatever, raid things, diskies. He looks like he's throwing them things around the crib. I think that's what it was. I don't know. I could be wrong, but if you got Ochas there, you know what I mean? You got the Brown family moved up in that piece. And I'm not talking about Christine and Cody. I'm talking about the original Brown family, the fast ones. The light inverse ones. The ones that click the ladder. Oh, what the hell? I haven't seen the Ocha in forever. And I'm so glad I haven't. I'm glad we broke that relationship. I haven't seen one of them in forever. But you got that situation going on. You don't leave food out. You don't want out there eating like the rice, but like, oh, these walnuts are delicious. Ain't no walnuts in there. Girl, put that down. Put that down. So, needless to say, they do that. Then all of a sudden, he coerces her into the whole, you know, intimacy thing. Because I haven't seen you so long. We gotta do this, whatever. So they do their business. Next day, they go out. And they're having a good time. They're talking, etc., etc., etc. Now, we get into the interesting part. I'm originally from Colorado. It makes sense. Like, Colorado, even to the East Coast is kind of rough. You know what I mean? But California, and then leading off with Brittany here, like, it's crazy. Yeah. Lexa Power said that she used to work for, okay, big time. I see it. We work for Fox Sports, used to work for in LA and then go back and forth across country. It's rough. Yeah, especially when you're trying to connect flights. Like, and because them flights leave. If you late or you get delayed, like you running across the airport like a maniac trying to get to the other gate. And it's just so stressful. It's ridiculous. Okay, sarcasm for fun. She said, no, I made the same mistake at 20 to 35 with the same guy who kept telling me things I wanted to hear. I finally realized it was only him and got out for good, but he stalked me, begging to take him back, begging to get back together. And oh no, hell to the nizzle. She had to do the. Why am I joking? Not playing all the way. My chumpies are cutting off. It's not fair. But yeah, you gotta hat up. I mean, hit them woods like a deer. Oh yes. You know what I mean? Yeah, you guys are rough, man. Like the patio would have been cute. Would have been cute if he had room for a table in his shack. Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about that too. And I'm not even gonna criticize like his place, but I did notice that he does a lot of comparison between him and Jay Z and Beyonce. Like, oh, Jay Z, Beyonce this, Jay Z, Beyonce that. Jay Z and Beyonce have indoor plumbing, so let's not get too crazy about it. She had to pull a Scooby Doo, right? Running so fast, stayed midair. But yo, to get into these clips, because you know how to pull some clips. There was a point where the two of them are out on the beach, right? And this is the day after. Now she's trying to inspire him to move somewhere where they have indoor plumbing because they have a bathroom, but the bathroom is essentially an outhouse because they don't have the bathroom attached inside the place, inside his studio apartment. It's across a patio where they would have to go to the bathroom. And she made a good point. I mean, 3 o'clock, it's cool when it's like midday afternoon and you just have to walk across the patio and it's nice out. That's fine, whatever. Okay, cool. But when it's like 3 o'clock in the morning and it's raining or it's cold or whatever the case may be, like you got to get fully dressed to go across the patio to go to the bathroom. And goodness gracious, like for a guy who don't have indoor plumbing, the first thing you do is give her Mexican food. You know, like... Things could happen. Like she's not from here. This might not be food or fare that she's used to eating. Like when you go to different countries or you go to different states or cities or places you're not familiar with, you have to be careful about your you know, your digestion or whatever because you might find yourself in a bad situation. You know, you go there and get some extra Guatemala sauce, and next thing you know, you in there painting the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be, I don't want to be disgusting about it, but you got to be careful, and especially when you don't have something that's in the house. Lexa Pine said, I had a job where you had to go to the bathroom outside a different building. It was really not the business. Yeah. Yeah. Angel said she gonna need her own bathroom. We need 2 bathrooms up in there. One for you and one for me. One for you and the guests and one for me. So that I can keep that one clean. Yeah, I'm not trying to go in there and see foolishness. Yeah, nurses can be kind of rough. Yeah, Miss Kelly, I agree with that. I think that's also why he picked somebody as young as she was. But I will say this: out of a lot, like I said, I've watched a good amount of these 90 Day Fiance shows or episodes, different seasons, different cast members, the different variants of the program. Before the 90 days, happily ever after, other way, sideways, up on Mars, kiss my ass 90 days. Like I've seen a lot of the the specials, but the one thing that kind of made me go, huh, with Sophie was when she actually started making solid points. Like Sophie, Instagram model or Instagram influencer or whatever, or not, Sophie is not a slouch. Like she is not a stupid woman. And I appreciate that. Now, obviously there's some issues with her coming here and relying on Rob, but she is asking the right questions and she sticks up for herself, and I dig that. Like, to be honest with you, I kind of dig that. So I give her a lot of grace in that regard. And a lot of the stuff that Rob does, I'm not a big fan of. So she's already one up on that because I'm not a big fan of the type of dude Rob is. And then in addition to that, she's sticking up for herself and she's speaking up for herself and she's making solid points. The only thing I would say about Sophie, as we'll talk about in some of these clips, is that I wish she would stick to her guns when she sticks up for herself and she says something. You're on the right path. And there's nothing wrong with you saying what's on your mind when you are right, especially when you write, and you have a point to make. Like, because as I talked about in the on the thumbnail, clearly Rob wants to have kids, and that's a big thing to him. But they're not in a situation to have kids. So I would even say, with that being said, Rob, if I was in that situation with somebody like that, whether I was Rob or I was in a Sophie's position, my first thing would be, before we start talking about having kids, we can talk about whether we want kids or not. Like, I encourage that. You have that conversation, whether you want kids or not, where you see yourself, not only whether you want kids, how do you see yourself raising these kids? How do you believe in discipline? What do you think these kids should have? What is your position on kids? Like, you want to have the whole full conversation. But you also want to have the conversation about, we can't start having kids and making babies until we're financially in a position where we could take care of said kids. And that, when they had that conversation and she said that, I was like, huh? Somebody's actually being sexually responsible on 90 Day Fiancé? What? Just scrapping. AKA Cat. All right, Cat. I see you. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think Sophie is from a rich background? I think that Sophie is from a wealthy background, but see, here's the secret to the sauce. Because she had mentioned that she had disassociated herself from her family when she was relatively young. 16, I think she said she was, when she had disassociated herself from her family. I think that sometimes people don't take into account that not everybody's family is a loving, caring family. And I'm not saying you didn't. I'm just saying that, when you hear that, like, she comes from money and her family had money and they kept her in nice places. Sometimes people keep you in nice places, but they don't necessarily care for you and they're not about you. So for whatever reason, whether it's the fact that she's of a mixed background, maybe they just don't like the cut of her jib. Maybe they don't like her mama, because her mama got some stuff going on with her too. So maybe, it could be a thing where the father's not really impressed with the mom. Like, the grandfather's not really impressed with the mom. So, he doesn't want to, keep doling money to him. And he thinks that giving money is a bad thing. So the relationship she has with her people might be strained. And the idea that Rob was telling her that, you can get this from your people. If we hit financial trouble, you could call your rich parents or your rich grandparents to get it from your family. If you don't have that type of relationship with your family, then it might not be a thing where you understand. From my understanding, Rob is close with his family. So, especially when you're self-centered and you're not really focusing on your other people and seeing them for who they are, then you only respond to things from your perspective and your life experience, and you fail to see what's going on with them. And that can be problematic, and it's unfortunate. So you don't see, like, they had, like, oh, okay, I get along with my mom, I can call my mom was here, my mom passed, but I could have called my mom and asked her for anything. I can call my dad currently and ask him for anything. And if he got it, he'll give it to me. My dad, he be giving me stuff and I'm like, Dad, I don't want this. You got to keep this for yourself. Dad, no. Because that's my relationship. But I also understand from having friends and talking to people that not everybody's parents are like that. Not everybody has a parent that they can call up and say, hey, Dad, guess what? You got $50 million in the bank, Dad. I just need $20. Do you think you could get that to me? Nope. Hell no. You know what I mean? Like, not everybody has that relationship. And so whether she does or she doesn't, I don't know whether her family very well may have money. because she talks, some of the places she talks about she lived in, I think that there might be some money involved there with her family, but I don't know if she has access to that money. You know, family having money and you having access are two totally different things in some cases. But thank you, Lizzie B. Remember to hit that like button for James. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. No, I'm kind of rambling. So let's get into one of these clips, y'all. That's what you came for. Let's talk about one of these clips. I'm going to go ahead and play it, and then we'll talk about it on the other side. And I got this shit. I'm going to take my pictures out.
You all in my phone.
No, I'm not.
You are kind of...
I'm looking at the beach.
Whoa.
Who is that?
I don't know.
Wait,
it's just some random page I follow. Not somebody I follow. It's just some random page.
That's crazy.
What?
That's crazy you follow that page.
I put my phone out and this random post by some page that posts random stuff basically posted a girl in a Dora the Explorer outfit, but with like booty shorts. Sophie did not like that. She could be very jealous, and I mean, I wish she wasn't. Yeah, I would like to have like kind of a more just a mellow, chill relationship. It's not like I follow any of the girls. I just follow a page that posts that type of stuff. Didn't you find me on a page that posts nothing but good-looking guys?
When I was single, yes. I don't follow that page anymore.
You don't?
No.
Well, I wouldn't know because I'm not all in your phone.
I think that's weird, but okay.
I mean...
It's very weird.
Like I said, it's not like I'm following any of the girls. I just follow a page that posts stuff like that, which, to be honest with you, the way that stuff goes is like, they might not even used to post it. I don't know when I followed this page.
Shit. I don't even know where I be, girl. I don't know nothing about this page, girl. I just be finding this page. I don't know nothing about that. Get the fuck out of here. Okay. Rochelle J, $5 super chat. Never watched this show, just here for James. I appreciate that. Rochelle J be holding it down for a player. No potty, and I'm out. Hit the like. I feel you. I mean, it's a hard ask. And that's one of the things, too. Like, you got to recognize the situation that you in. When you don't have I'm a big proponent of any place you have, you should be proud of. Any place you have, you should be proud of. I'm not slighting Rob at all. He got his own place. He's taking care of it. He's holding it down. Good for him. But at the same time, you got to recognize the limitations of your place. And if you're asking a lady to move in with you, you have to understand, especially if you're asking a lady who grew up in a family where she had things and she was able to provide for herself at a certain level. Because apparently she was doing really well on the social media stuff, which is maybe how she's able to pay for the apartment she was living in and the apartment eventually she moved into at the end of the episode. But when you're asking her to make that sacrifice, you have to recognize that it's a sacrifice. You don't have a potty in your house, no potty, no party. You understand what I mean? And certainly no kitty cat experience. I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? Like, you might get cut off. You might get cut off. Don't have these basic things. You know, she has to go, can I use your powder room? Yes, go outside, go across the patio, walk down. You're going to take a left. There's a gas station there. You just ask for the key. They'll hook you up. I don't understand why you don't love me, girl. You don't take me serious. Like, you know what I mean? You got to recognize where you at. Now, the thing with the phone call, the reason why I pulled that up is because, first of all, Mr. Player, if you know you a cheating bastard, why are you picking the phone up? What are you doing? You know it's probably some cheating stuff going on. Oh, well, phone danging. Let me see what this is. Oh, look. Oops. And the fact she's looking at the phone, hell yeah. Hell yeah, was it your first date with a woman? You don't know that if your phone ring and you walking with your lady and you looking through your phone, especially if your phone ring, you look at it, you put it away, and you back in the conversation, okay, fine, she might not pay attention to it. But if all of a sudden you walking down the beach and you guys, your, second day, together, and you walking down the beach, you get a little buzz or ding in your pocket. First you got your phone on vibrate, okay. Then you pull your phone out and you start flipping through it because you trying to see what's going on. Yeah, your lady going to be looking at your phone. When you get out of your car, for any dude who don't know, when you get out of your car, if you leave your phone in the car, guess what? She going through your phone. When you go to sleep at night, you leave your phone on the nightstand, yeah, she going through your phone. Don't be offended. Just accept the situation. It is what it is. And to be honest with you, I don't give a shit. Like, if you're not doing nothing, like, I don't care. Like, maybe I should be offended. Maybe somebody's going to say, James, that's not you sticking up for yourself because you have a right to privacy. I don't care. Like, some things, for me, there's some battles just not worth fighting. And I'm not hiding anything, so I don't care. My lady go through my phone. You can go through my phone as much or as little as you like. I don't go through anybody's phone because when pushing down the shove, if I can't trust you, then I don't trust you. Like, if I have a reason to not trust you, then I don't trust you. In which case, I don't worry about whether your phone, who's texting you or whatever, because I assume that you're smart and you're good at it. And if you're cheating on me, there's a strong possibility that I'm never going to catch you. And I don't need to catch you. I don't need to catch you red-handed for me to think that you're doing the wrong thing. For me to say, you know what, this ain't for me. I don't have to, if you didn't catch me 100%, you don't have me on videotape, you don't have witnesses, you don't have fingerprints, you don't have DNA evidence, then you cannot convict. If the gloves don't fit, you must acquit. Bullshit. I'm out. Okay, if I feel like I can't trust you, I can't trust what you say to me, then I certainly don't need to have you in my house. Like I said, I think in my previous live, the way I was brought up and the way I conduct my household, the locks on my doors are to keep people out of my house. If you are in my house and I can't trust you, you need to be on the other side of that door. Because I'm not spending my life sitting here guessing, following people around, trying to track people, see what they doing, checking up on them. They acting funny, and I gotta look at them sideways and then try to wake up in the middle of the night so I can sneak their phone into the bathroom. I'm not doing all that. Now, if I'm sitting there and I don't have my phone on me, I pick your phone up because I want to make a phone call, I want to look something up on Google, and I see something, then I'm going to say something. That's kind of where she was. Some stuff came across, and again, this kind of goes back, and that's why I say so many of these stories kind of interact with each other. You really don't have to watch the show. It's just common sense shit. If you have been in trouble for doing the wrong thing a certain way before, don't do that thing again. If you got in trouble for cheating, don't go to the strip club with a bunch of women who are going to give you the girlfriend experience. And it's not just the girlfriend experience, because no matter what people say, what makes strip clubs kind of cool is that it is a mild sexual situation. There is a sexual undertone to it. No matter how you try to, it's just business and I just go for fun. No, it's not. You know what I mean? It's fun because it's a sexual thing. It is what it is. Just recognize it for what it is. The fact that you deny it makes it kind of creepy. If you have a website or app, or in this case, a web page or whatever that sends you pictures of people cosplaying, like I on Facebook, I had a friend group I was a member of because I'm kind of a nerd geek. And I was doing cosplay with my kids for a while, where I would not necessarily, I wasn't getting dressed up, but I was making them costumes. Like I would make them, and I'd take them because of my work, I was able to do some of the Comic-Con stuff and things like that. I'd get invited down to do Comic-Cons. So I would bring them with me and they get to dress up and they would go to it. And I became members of some of these Facebook groups that are, cosplayers. And Some of them, like, excellent costumes, amazing work. They do a lot of stuff, and it's kind of cool. Like, some costumes that I've seen are better than some of the movie production stuff that they put out. Like there'll be a person who'll make a costume for a character, a comic book character, whatever, and the costume that they make looks better than the movie application that they come up with later. So you have some really good folks. But occasionally on that site, in that same group, you have some ladies who will post some very provocative pictures of some characters that you may or may not have grown up with, like the Velma, like he mentioned, or Black Widow, or somebody like that, and the clothes are like way tight and hiked up their booty or whatever the case may be, and they taking a picture where they stand in a certain kind of way with their booty poked out, like they taking those kind of pictures. So you'll have that. Now, if that's what you have in your phone, and you're like, look, it's just like they send funny pictures, they got funny things. You go through it with your lady, show her what it is, because you're just being honest and you're being transparent. You shouldn't hide anything. Don't hide shit back. And I take that position, especially in his particular situation. I take that position because if you're taking the time out to hide things back or not keep her included or not keep her in the loop, then all that's going to happen is that creates vulnerabilities in your relationship. That creates places where, like we'll see in one of the other clips, if I can get the damn thing to play, I'm having all kinds of technical problems. My first live went off almost flawless. Ever since then, like, my camera don't work, my microphone has no sound, like all kinds of, my clips ain't playing, like I don't know what the hell's going on. But like we'll see in one of the clips that I have loaded up, there was an instance where Rob, the guy we're talking about, he's, trying to explain to his lady that it's not a big deal, but it turns out he got caught cheating before. And she even mentioned that he got caught, like, internet cheating, virtual cheating. And for those who ask that question, is this cheating? And matter of fact, I won't answer the question. I'm going to ask you guys the question. If you guys think that virtual cheating is wrong, give me is cheating. Like, so if you are online and you contact somebody and you guys are sending or exchanging intimate pictures, give me a 1. If you think it's okay, give me a 2. Let's do a poll, because I'm curious what other people think, because I know what I think. And I'm curious where everybody else is. So if you think that your loved one can send, have a person that they're contacting, say, you live in Seattle and the person they're contacting is in Ireland, and they're exchanging like pictures and videos of each other doing things, naked pictures or whatever. If you think that's not if that's cheating, give me a 1. If you don't think it's cheating and you think it's cool, and you think anybody who thinks that is prudish and is prudish and they don't know what they're doing and what they talk about, give me a 2. Let's see how many people are open-minded. Okay. Just scrapping. Cat said it's 1 is fishing. I agree with that. I think it's fishing. Oh, what's the question? The question is, if you have a loved one and you're in a relationship, relationship, and they have somebody that they're contacting virtually, and they have virtual intimacy, like they taking pictures of themselves or, sending videos, and they're exchanging these videos and this media with one another. Is that cheating? Give me a 1. If you think it's cool in the gang, not a problem, give me a 2. Okay, Karen said it's a 2. Okay, Karen. Somebody tick for cars said, hell yeah, that's cheating. Better not be my man. If I come on catch my girl with that on her phone, there's problems. There's gonna be some smoke in the city, Jack. Somebody moving. Okay, Angela Rochelle. Okay, say it's an emotional affair, even though it's not physical. Karen Winesmore said it's 100% is cheating. Okay, I see where everybody coming down. We had a two, and I'm not, everybody, and that's one of the things that I did want to talk about. We'll get into that in a moment. It's cheating if you're in a monogamous relationship. This Lexa Power. It's cheating if you're in a monogamous relationship or agree not to do that. Okay. Meant to say, I didn't see any twos. Oh, okay. Inappropriately. Okay. Dana Wells. Yeah, see, some of you guys are taking the hard L. My man be taking that hard L with you. Wait, is there a head in the naked photo? What do you mean is there a head in the naked photo? Is their head? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm way, apparently my mind is way dirtier than y'all. I was like, whoa, that's not naked photo. That's more than that. If their head is in it, okay, that's an interesting point. So sarcasm for funny, you saying if their face isn't in it, it's okay? Okay. How deep? If it was cool in the beginning and it's alright, then it's alright. Okay. Moreau's voice. How do you think all those relationship scams get started? That's a good point. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Sarcasm and fun. People who don't put their head in the photo think it's fine. It's okay. My face wasn't there. Yeah, but he saw your birthday suit. But he couldn't see my face. There's no blackmail pictures here. Cheating is cheating. Okay. Intentions matter. If you're confused, like Mary from Sister Wives, it may be a gateway to try to leave a toxic relationship. If you're watching or stripping on camera, it's unambiguous cheating. Okay. All right. Okay, Lizzie B, I see you. She said, if you doing anything outside, that's cheating, period, hands, bam, point blank, period, the end. All right, and that's where my position is. I am one, absolutely, but the caveat that I have is that, as with any relationship, I think that one of the main things that has to be discussed or talked about is infidelity and what you think infidelity is. Because there's a thing where, hey, you be my girlfriend, you be my boyfriend, you be my husband, you be my wife. There's an assumption that everybody is on the same page. Not everybody is on the same page because cheating isn't cheating to everybody. People have different boundaries. People have different lines. Some people, they don't care if their husband or their wife go to strip club every week. Other people, they don't want their husband or their wife looking at anybody for any other reason. They like to pretend that they don't have eyes in their head. They can't see anybody. So you have to take into account the relationship you're in. If in your relationship you guys are okay with that activity, then if you have permission, it's not cheating. I mean, period. Like if you're okay, if your partner is okay with you contacting other people, you have the boundary that you don't act on it or you guys never meet, and therefore it's not cheating, then it is what it is, And I'm not even mad about that. Like, cause to be honest with you, like I said, I go out, I meet a lot of people. When I was a young dude, I met a young lady, and she's a very pretty girl, and she had a boyfriend. And as far as she was concerned, she said, yeah, some girl called me up and tried to tell me about how my man was cheating on me and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, no, you just did a special favor for him. You gave him some special attention. But he didn't sleep with you, so therefore he didn't cheat on me. Because she was okay that her husband or boyfriend went out and let women do things to him. But as long as he didn't actually copulate with them, like actually, put the gopher in the hole, if you will. If he didn't go all the way, they did just foreplay stuff, she was fine with it. So from that respect, he could go out and mess around that way as much as he wanted. There's other people I knew who were swingers, and the guy, the girl, they would encourage their people to go out. You could literally date dude's wife in front of him. Matter of fact, I knew one guy. He knew a swinger dude. The guy pushed him in front of my pushed him. And mess around with his wife. My wife really find you attractive, dog. You need to go in with her. You need to go and talk to her. Go spend time with her. Go. Right? Because he had his own thing going on. And he can't, my buddy was over at the house with the wife, and they were in the living room. The husband came home, saw them together, looked at them, say hey to the dude, went on upstairs. Crazy. I've met some crazy situations in my lifetime, man. I tell you what, what happened? What? And the husband did what? We just scared. That had to been a part of you. I had to ask him. I was like, there was a part of you that was nervous when my man came in the house. He came through that front door, and y'all was in the throes or whatever you was in the throes of. Yeah, there was a part of you that got it. The pucker factor was at least at a 7 or 8. I don't give a shit whether he said he was okay with it or not. Part of you was like, oh damn. Oh my damn. So it really depends on where you are in your relationship. Obviously, Sophie's not okay with it. So if Sophie's not okay with it, if you're texting back and forth and you're sending this type of information back and forth, then it's cheating. I also agree with the idea, the notion that emotional cheating isn't just limited to what you do physically with somebody. In fact, I've also taken a position, even with Asuelo or Kalani in that situation, one of the more damaging instances of infidelity is when you're sleeping with somebody or not sleeping with somebody, but you're emotionally attached to that person. Intimate, you have intimacy beyond the physical. When this kind of goes back to the whole idea of romance. You don't necessarily have to go all the way with somebody or be physically intimate with somebody to be intimate with that person. You know what I mean? But if you have that level of intimacy with somebody and excluding outside of your relationship, then it can be seen as a form of cheating. And especially my one question to a dude like Rob, if this was your lady, would you be okay with it? Would you be okay if she was doing the same thing you doing? Or if she was doing for another guy what this lady is doing for you? Would it be okay? Raspberry, I can see that. If she said, okay, just checking some stuff. If you're watching adult entertainment online as a performer and you have no connection or ability to contact that stranger, that's a form of entertainment. Like I said, that kind of stuff, that's something that you have to work out in your individual relationship. Would I consider that cheating? No. I don't care about that. If somebody I'm with want to watch Prawn or whatever, it's their business. You know what I mean? They do what you got to do. As long as you're not trying to figure out how to reach out to this dude. That kind of stuff doesn't register for me. Now, if it's a guy you meet at the club or the bar, and you guys hanging out tough, yeah, I got a problem with that. You know what I mean? That's different. Or even somebody that you meet online and you guys are having this romantic relationship, because you can form ties with people without ever having to meet them. Yeah, Josh Duggar is a cheater and a sicko. Yeah. But Josh Duggar wasn't just messing around with other people. He was messing around with babies. So I don't agree with that. And that's my whole thing. For me, a lot of the stuff just comes down to people can do whatever they want to do. Whatever your freak is, everybody got their own form of kink, right? So whatever your kink is, whatever you get off on, it don't bother me. You do what you got to do. You know what I mean? And have a good time with it. You know, ride it till the wheels fall off. As long as it's involving people who are of the age that they can make, you know, those types of decisions. And two, they have the ability to give informed consent to participating in those types of activities. Informed consent, not just consent or express consent, but informed consent. So in other words, like there's another person on 90 Day who is a trans person, and like in those instances where your partner may or may not know, if you get to a certain level in your relationship, you should let them know, because they should be informed that this is something that's going on with you, because people's orientation, their sexuality is very fragile. So for you, it's not fair for you to make that decision for them. So they should have every right. They have every right to willingly participate in the things that they want to participate in. There was another instance on 90 Day where somebody had a venereal disease, and again, just because you catch STD, that don't mean that your needs and your desires stop, you know. But the person who you're going to partner with has every right to know what it is you're doing or how you're doing it, and you know what's going on, so that they can make that informed decision. Like, this is a risk I'm willing to take. This is something that I'm willing to do. Even though we're taking precautions, there's still an inherent risk, and I have the right to say that I'm not willing to take that risk, or I'm okay with the risk. It's fine, but give me the choice, give me the option. That's what I say. So that's what I have to say about that. Let me just check. Okay, Mary M says, in my opinion, porn is cheating unless you talk with your partner about it and agree. Okay. Lots of studies out now showing porn hurts relationships. I think that it can hurt relationships especially through overconsumption, and why you're doing it, I guess frequency in which you do it can be damaging. And it really comes down to the individual and what you find permissible for your relationship. If you don't agree with it and you don't think it's okay, don't listen to me. Forget what I think is okay. It's all about, because you have to be comfortable within the relationship, and you have to be comfortable with what your partner is doing. So uh, 90 Day, Mary M, she says she doesn't watch 90 Day. 90 Day is interesting in the sense that from season to season, especially because they change a lot of the cast around so much, and they have new folks come into the show. For me, you get a different flavor. So it's not a rehashing of the same storylines over and over again. Or even Sister Wives, I think that they did a pretty good job of expanding on the underlying plot points and issues that were happening in the family. So they're explaining more. On other reality shows, it seems as though they'll have something that happens and they just keep talking about it. And it's like the same conversation, you know, episode after episode, season after season. And you don't necessarily have that in 90 Day Fiancé, because some of the people are new and some of the people are different. Or if they do continue to talk about similar issues, it's usually an expansion on that issue. So I give 90 Day credit that way. So if you're interested in like interpersonal dynamic relationships, or watching the interpersonal dynamics of relationships, not Sister Wives, I'm sorry. 90 Day Fiancé is good for that, because you get a lot of different folks, so you have a lot of different backgrounds, you have a lot of different types of issues that can be drawn from 90 Day Fiancé. All right. So let's go to the next clip. See what this clip is.
I don't know what Sophie saw us doing with our later years. Like, all right, we want to grind, we want to goal chase right now, and then what? Even Jay-Z and Beyonce got kids. It's like, I don't want to be single forever. If I wanted to not have kids, I'd probably be a player forever.
If he wanted to not have kids, he'd probably be a player forever. Word to your mother. Get the fuck out of here, dude. I'd probably be a player forever. And this is the instance where he got in touch with his sister, and the sister turns around and asks him questions about having kids. And according to him, his whole life is based on the fact that he's going to have kids and he's going to be a father and he's going to be such a great family man, etc., etc., etc. Now, with that being said, I don't really have... Jay-Z and Beyonce are billionaires. Excellent point, Lizzie. That's what I was talking about. Like, this dude is funny because he keeps comparing himself. Like, that was like the second or third time he talked about Jay-Z and Beyonce. But, like, Jay-Z and Beyonce you're nothing like Jay-Z and Beyonce. Okay? Jay-Z and Beyonce, she grew up in a family where, from what I understand, they were doing okay financially. Jay-Z grew up, his family wasn't doing okay financially, but he had a background that made money available. So Jay-Z and Beyonce, they got indoor plumbing. So don't compare what they got going on to what you got going on. But one of the things that kind of bothered me or struck me was the fact that, like I said, we already had the instance where he had the whole cheating thing, and like the fact that he's not taking ownership of anything that he does wrong. When it came up, like the sister started talking to him about having kids or whatever, or maybe growing a family, and she had said something to the effect of she didn't know if she wanted to get pregnant or not. Instead of him sitting there having a conversation, his reaction was to jump up, pout, and storm off like a toddler. And in my perspective, even if she had considered having children with him to expand the family, make babies, whatever the case may be, it's very difficult for you to plan on having children with a child. Like, if he's not demonstrating the ability to act like an adult, especially he's 10 years her senior. So if he's not expressing the ability to act like an adult and be able to have adult conversations when you have issues or problems or concerns prior to you getting pregnant or having kids, then you're not really in a position where no woman is going to be like, yeah, I'm going to start making babies with this guy who's acting like a kid himself. Like, it's just that's not a feasible thing. Like, it's not realistic. And so that's where, I was kind of like, what are you talking about? Of course she's not trying to have kids for you. Because you're not acting like a dude that she will want to have kids with. Because you're acting like we can't have a conversation about having kids, then how the hell are we going to have a conversation about the issues and problems and concerns that you're going to have related to having children and raising and rearing children? When you're going to have disagreements about money. You're going to have disagreements about how much you're going to spend on them, and how much you don't want to spend on them, where you want to send them to school, what religion you're going to put them in. Are they going to have a religion? You're going to have disagreements about how do you think they should dress, what sports activities or activities will they be involved in, what cultural things will they participate in. You're going to have those kind of conversations. You might get a phone call every now and again from a teacher who's telling you that your kid is screwing up in school, or whatever the case may be, and what you do from that point and how you discipline them is a conversation. And if you can't have a conversation about whether you should even have kids, or why you don't want to have kids, or what my position is, and I'm trying to understand what your position is, then you might not be ready to have children. Because having kids is so much harder than decide whether you want to have kids. I'm just saying, like, it just is. Blue Jays said, as well as Jay-Z and Beyonce, they are talented. Yeah, they have talent. They have this thing called talent and careers. Like, you know what I mean? We like Jay-Z and Beyonce. Probably because, and I could never really put that together until she just said that. Mostly because they have, I guess, similar career paths in the sense that both he wants to be an actor and a dancer and a model, and she, of course, is involved with Sophie's involved with um like the social media stuff. So, I mean, that was the first part. So you have them talking about having a kid and his disagreement with her because she doesn't want to have a kid, and his position of, I gotta have a kid in my family. In fact, let's take a look at the receipt of when they have the discussion. And of course, they're in an arcade. He's standing there pouting. He can't even stop playing the game long enough to have a conversation with her about him being upset about not being able to have kids. Again, you might not, bro, at least for me, you're not demonstrating the emotional responsibility and maturity to be able to have children. You know, because it'll be rough. It'll be rough for you. But let's take a look at that real quick. Let's take a look at this.
There's no version of my future where I don't have a family. And so Sophie should be with someone who doesn't want to have children. If that's what she wants, she should find someone who wants the same thing.
And that one part I agree with him on. And this is the weird part about, like, I'll say this. This is the weird part about people who may not be right for you, is that sometimes they hit the right notes. Like, they say the right thing at the right time, which kind of gives you the impression that they're actually listening, they're thinking, and they have your best interest at heart, and they're considering their situation. Unfortunately, I think that his consideration for her is merely a facade, because he's only concerned about how a lot of this stuff affects him and how it affects what he wants and where he sees himself in a few years. Not them together as a family, but what he wants and what his picture, or as Cody Brown would say, what his big picture looks like. Not what's best for the family, but what he wants out of the family or that situation. Anna Rita said, but Rob needs to hear her reason as to why not. And that's true. Like, and that's the whole point, is that because he's only concerned about what he wants and what he wants to get out of the situation, he doesn't give a shit what she thinks. He doesn't care what she thinks. The only thing he's concerned about her being involved with is her saying yes to whatever it is he wants to do. And that's not a relationship that's going to feed her. So to be honest with you, at the end, I was kind of happy that their stuff is starting to fall apart, because I don't really like him for her. And Karen Wismore, she actually makes a really good point. Funny thing, I didn't plan on having kids, but life insisted. LOL. So now she has 3. And to be honest with you, that's an excellent point, because even if you absolutely positively make a decision, anything can change. Either way, anything can change your mindset. Like, you can say, I'm never going to have kids. This ain't something I want to do. I don't never want to do this. You meet the right person, and you can't imagine your life with that person without wanting to hit the copy button with that person and make more babies. Same token, you may be all about having children, but then he starts acting the way he's acting. You say, nah, there's no way in the world I'm having a baby with this, unless I'm really anxious to raise a kid by myself. You know, there's no point in me having a baby with him. Lizzie B, but are you financially prepared to have a kid, though? It's not only about the emotional or the physical. Do you have the patience to raise a kid? Do you have the health care? And it's all of that. Like, really, it's all of that. And no, I don't think that unless you have kids, it's one of those things that until you do it, you don't know what it's going to be like. When you have kids, like, you have plans, hopes, dreams, imaginations, and machinations of what it's going to be like to be a parent, the good, the bad, and the ugly. But until you in the sauce actually doing it, get everything you imagined it would be like, it's not gonna be that way. It's the hardest, it's the most rewarding, hardest job you ever gonna do. And just being in charge or responsible for another human being, because they are another human being who has their own thoughts, mind, imaginations, feelings, desires, and everything else that have nothing to do with you. Things that they want to do and things that they want to pursue has nothing to do with you. And you have no power or control, especially after they hit a certain age, to tell them how to live their life or what to do, regardless of how you feel about it. They're going to do what they want to do. And you just kind of have to sit back and hold on and pray that your guidance took hold and nothing goes wrong. The best example of what I heard have been a parent is for you to reach into your chest, take your heart out, and just give it its own mind, thought, and imagination, and let your heart go out and do whatever it wants to do. That's being a parent. So, are you ever 100% ready to be a parent? No. But at the same time, can you sometimes see people who are absolutely, positively not ready to be a parent? Absolutely, positively. There's some people you look at and be like, there's no way this dude should have babies, or this young lady should have kids. Let's take a look at this next clip. This next clip, I think, is pretty good too. Let's take a look at this.
There's no version of my future where I don't have a... For me, it's a big deal, I've always seen myself being a parent. Would you want to be a parent?
It's not that I don't want kids. I just want to make sure I have my life together first. I don't want kids, while I'm still trying to figure stuff out. I mean, I just got to America, so I have a whole life to kind of sort out right now. So, taking care of someone else is, the last thing on my mind. I need to make sure, I start my life here.
And that was actually one of my favorite scenes, because that was a scene where I was like, huh? Somebody on this show is being sexually responsible? What? Because what she said was, I want to make sure that my life is going in the direction I want it to be going in. And I want to try to set things up as best I can. Be sure about what it is I'm doing, whether the relationship with you, me being in this new place, me being financially stable, or at least having some type of stability as far as my relationship is concerned, as far as my future is concerned, where I'm staying, what I'm doing. I want to make sure I have a lot of this stuff in play before we sit down and start trying to make babies. There's nothing wrong with you being responsible with your sexuality and your procreation. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I even take it a step further. If you're in a relationship with somebody and one of you want to have a kid, but the other person isn't sure, then the answer should be no. The answer 100% should be no. If one of you isn't sure or one of you doesn't want to do it, then the answer should be no. If you're not ready to do it, whatever the reason, I don't give a shit what your reason is. I won't fit into my princess costume no more, so I don't want babies. Whatever your reason is, if you don't want to have babies, then you should not have babies, because it's such a large, big, huge commitment and such a big responsibility that it's not something that should be entered into half-assed or kind of, hey, it's something fun to do. My buddies are all having kids, so I'm gonna have a kid too. And that way we can all celebrate one another. That's not the time to have. That's the wrong way to make that the big life decision. So I was very happy to see that when she said that, because you don't get, and unfortunately, I guess reality shows, you don't really get a lot of that common sense perspective on a lot of these shows. I mean, I've literally seen people who are 10, 15 years older than her, and faced with that same question, come back and pretend like it doesn't matter that, I'm not set, I'm not financially able, I don't have a position, I don't have, and it's not, like I said, you don't have to be rich to have kids. You don't have to be stupid rich. You don't have to be Jay-Z and Beyonce to start making babies. But at the same time, you don't want to have, some don't want to ruin their plastic surgery. Good point. But at the same time, you don't want to be in a situation where you're nowhere near financially stable to be able to take care of yourself. Now, think like I said, you in there practicing, things might happen because the whole purpose of that activity is to duplicate yourself. So you might be in there practicing your duplication process and slip up and actually hit that copy button, and all of a sudden, 9 months later, there's a little you running around, right? But to sit there and plan to make that life decision and not be in a position or ready to make that decision, it could be a little rough, and we just got to make sure that we're making good choices. Yeah, right. And Arita, I like my friends are jumping off a bridge, therefore I'm going to do it too. Exactly. Like, all my friends going to have kids, so I want to have a kid too. Like, well... You know what? And Tick for car, like, she's right. Like, because she says she has 3 kids, and her middle child and her youngest child want to wait till they are financially straight to have kids because they want to live their lives while they're young and then have kids. And that's completely respectable. You want to make sure that you're achieving the things that you want to achieve and doing the things that you want to do before you take on that responsibility. If there's things that you want to achieve, recognize the fact that, having kids, as awesome as having kids is, that there are certain things that will become more difficult when you have that additional responsibility. So if there are people who have kids and then they go to college or go to school, but hats off to them, because it is hard for you to have kids and then still find time to make, adhere to the commitment of being, pursue higher learning or higher education, or even to get your GED or whatever the case may be. It's harder, so it's harder for a reason. Yeah, having kids is forever. And that's kind of the thing too, especially when you're not sure about how your relationship is working out. Having kids is forever. Lizzie B. It's funny to me because when you say, oh, well, we're getting married and that's a life choice. Yeah, but you get married, in 2 years, if things don't work out, you don't like it, hell, 2 months. I don't like how this is working out. I'm done with it. You go ahead and file for divorce. You divorce, it's relationship over. Cool. You have a baby. There's no return policy on babies. Like, you have a kid, you can't be like, okay, yeah, this ain't fun. Put that back. Put that back in. Hell, you ever like, you could be a bastard of a dude and walk out of your relationship. Yeah, this ain't working out. This ain't what I thought it was going to be. You leave. Nobody's going to arrest you because you walked out on your wife. You leave your child somewhere, you go to jail, okay? CPS is coming for your baby, and you going to the big house. You getting 3 hots in the cot on the state. So, like, having a kid is a different level. So you have to be mindful of that. And again, I'm proud of her for making that decision. Check out this next clip, because this thing's starting to heat up. And this is a big point too, because a lot of the stuff that he was saying, it didn't deal with her and her perspective in a relationship. And this is why I find a lot of 90-day stuff so interesting, because you can kind of peel back and see like so many different dynamics within these types of relationships with the different type personalities. So you have her, she's in a position where it's not that she's totally against children. It's just that she was never in a situation where she felt as though she could have kids because she had a medical issue. And even though Rob is aware of her medical issues, he still threw the temper tantrum when it came time to this type of discussion. So unless you're Cody. Cody, that rat bastard. So let's take a listen to what this conversation is, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Like, I don't know what would we do? It just being.
But again, I never said
mountains.
that. You didn't ask me anything. You walked away. The problem is pregnancy. It's not I'm against families. It's pregnancy. And you have not asked me. You still haven't even asked me one question about
Well,
that.
I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to say.
If someone you loved have health problems, you'd ask them, is it okay? What's wrong? What happened? You won't just be like, okay, whatever. I don't really care about that. Let's get to what I want,
Just
which is
tell
kids.
me what you're afraid of about being pregnant.
See, even that, like he's not trying, and this is what kills me with this whole relationship between the two of them. Again, I like the interpersonal dynamic of it. He's not listening to her. Like, he doesn't have any concern about what it is she's trying to tell him. I don't want to have kids because of this. This is what my concerns are. I have medical problems. Even though she expressed that she has difficulty having children because of a medical issue, he never stopped and said, baby, what's going on? Let's talk about your medical concerns. What makes you afraid? Why are you concerned about having kids? Is this something you heard from a doctor? Have you pursued it? Are you open to it? Let's talk about it. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to put you in a situation where you don't feel comfortable about it. And if having kids are the precursor to your relationship, and they're more important in your relationship, then you're not really having kids because of your relationship. You're just having a person. You basically are trying to get with a surrogate. You're trying to have a relationship with a surrogate is what that is. And that's the way it kind of comes off to me, is that he's not really as concerned about having a relationship with her, and because he's so in love with her, he wants to see what, I want to see what our babies look like, my eyes and your hair, your nose. I want to see what it look like as another person. Like, he doesn't want none of that. He just wants little hymns. Like, he wants a vessel to duplicate himself. And that's a different conversation. And even with the conversation that he's having with her, it's like, okay, I'm afraid, Rob, because I had this medical issue. I had a cyst on my uterus, and this was a problem, and blah 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 blah. And I think she had a cyst on her ovaries. I had a cyst on my ovaries, and this was a problem. I had a surgery. I could have died. I was concerned. I don't really give a shit about that. I want babies, and I want my own children. What am I going to do with my life if I can't have kids? It's not, what are we going to do? What would you do with your life if you got your wife pregnant and she died? And she took your child that you loved and so precious to you, my precious baby, my precious child, my little me. She took your mini me with her. How would you feel about that situation? You know what I mean? Would you not care? Would you only cry for the child you lost? Because she's just a vessel. And that's to me, like I said, this is like when I was watching this, that was like I was already not a big fan of Rob, and watching this conversation made me less of a fan of Rob. It just like, because it's all about him, and the arrogance. To be honest with you, the sheer arrogance of, I'm so wonderful that the world needs another me. Like I have kids. I didn't look at it like I need to make another me. There need to be more me's on the planet. Like, that's not why I did it. Like, and as much as, like, I might think that I'm okay. I'll be like, oh, I'm an okay dude. But my kids, we have things in common, but they're not me. Like, they're their own people. You know what I mean? They have their own hopes and dreams. Some of the stuff that I enjoy doing, my kids don't do. They're not like, oh, Dad, that's so amazing. I love doing that. There are things that, like, actually I want to hang some puzzles around, because these are things that me and my kids did together, right? So please don't be judging me on my puzzles choices. Like, you got cartoon. These are puzzles I put together with my kids, and I'm happy with those kids. And when I look at the puzzles, it makes me feel good, because this is time I spent with my kids doing something. But, aside from those things that we set aside for each other, that we did together, they have their own thing that they're interested in doing. And I have my own things that I'm interested in doing. And I'm not trying to make little me's. That's a ridiculous statement. This is a dude that don't have a bathroom in his house, Rochelle. Demanding that this woman have a baby. What you mean you gonna have no baby with me? Excuse me, I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta walk down the street to the gas station. Why does this dude want kids? Because he's selfish. I think it's the arrogance thing. Like, I genuinely think it's because he thinks he's all that in a bag of chips. So he wants little mini chips. Yeah, I agree with Ann. When people have kids like that, it's all very selfish. It's all very selfish. No season on the chicken. Yeah, the 3-pack chicken, like the 3 chicken packs on the grill. I see that. Okay. So here, and here's the next clip we'll watch. Because, like I said, it starts to get interesting as you go along with some of these. Like some of these, like what the hell? Don't nobody think that. If she's having this conversation with him again, even if she was in the mindset of maybe I will give him a baby, maybe I should give him a child. This conversation, in the way it was being conducted, should have scared her away from any kind of consideration that she's going to give him a child. And like I said, unless you breaking your neck to raise this kid by yourself, you shouldn't worry about having a baby with him.
You know, when we was doing like the long distance thing and you kind of like did the whole online talking to that one person.
When are you going to let it go?
We only have, 90 days to decide if we're going to be together, if this is like it. So it's like, I definitely feel like this is obviously something that we should talk about. Because it's like, it's always going to be in the back of my mind if I don't like bring this up to you.
Like, we're not going to act like I've cheated on you when all I did was respond to somebody while laying in bed at home one day in the middle of us not seeing each other for 7 months. Literally, it didn't last more than a day. It didn't last more than, an hour?
You're downplaying it a little bit.
I'm not. I'm downplaying it because I didn't do anything.
You cheated,
you don't have to. I did not cheat.
There's nothing
Stop
to take
playing
my
with me.
word
We're not going
for
to
it.
talk about it like I cheated because
Why are you getting
I'm not
angry
going to
at
live
me?
my life like I cheated on you
Why
when
are
I
you
didn't.
getting angry at me?
Because I don't like that. Every time you try to act like that was cheating, that's bull. Because I haven't ever cheated on you.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You cheated like a son of a bitch. Stop. And the thing that I'm trying to be cool about it. The thing that really kind of torqued me up a little bit about this is, one, she was absolutely right for bringing it up, because this is something that you should want to discuss. If this is an issue that bothers you and something you're concerned about, the time to talk about it is before you march your ass down the aisle and you get married. You have the conversation, and there are ways to have this conversation, even as a dude who got caught. You got caught tripping. You got caught slipping, bruh. She caught you. You got caught, so deal with the fact that you got caught messing up. Now, if you get caught doing something, this is like when you were a kid. Like when I was a kid, if I did something wrong and my mom caught me doing something wrong, my dad caught me doing something wrong, you just admit that you did it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, your mom come in, catch you. Oh, what are you doing? Playing ball in the house. You got home late, or you trying to sneak in. You should have been home at this time, but you trying to come in at that time. Okay, you got me. Yeah, I did it. I'm sorry. I was wrong. The acknowledgement that you did something wrong goes a long way. But when you sit there, you get caught doing something, and then you want to deny that you did anything wrong. So now that's a whole different other thing. It's not the crime, it's the cover up. The fact that you can't admit that you did something wrong tells me that you didn't learn anything from doing the wrong thing, which means that your apology doesn't mean shit. Because you don't know that you did anything wrong. You just saying I'm sorry because it's the time of the song where you're supposed to sing this verse. So you say, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do this. I didn't mean to do that. My bad. But you're not really sorry. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, guys. I thought it sounded like somebody was outside of my house doing something on my property. Why is he saying we're not talking about it? She needs to run away and not walk away. That's right. She wants to talk about it. And if you didn't cheat, have a discussion. Exactly. If you didn't do anything wrong, then you sit there and say, look, this is what happened. Oh, technically, to be honest with you, even in his description, because we have a video of him trying to explain to TLC what the situation was, and he tries to give the excuse. even in this description of the situation, it doesn't sound right. Like, yeah, I was messing around one night. I was sitting in my house by myself, lonely. We ain't been in contact for 2 months or something. And, you know, I ain't seen you in months. And I just happened to get in touch with this girl. And we just happened to be talking. And she happened to send me some knocker pictures. And I happened to send her some knocker pictures back. Like, dude, you was doing the wrong thing. Again, if you found out that Sophie was doing the same thing with another dude, would you be okay with it? Before you sit there and make a bunch of excuses about how it's not this and it's not that and she's blowing it out of proportion, she's super jealous and she's not being really mindful and she don't know what she's talking about. Before all that happens, ask yourself the question that if she was doing the exact same thing you're doing now, would you be okay with it? And I'd be willing to bet that you wouldn't be okay with it. I'd be willing to bet you'd be losing your mind if you found out that your girl was doing the same shit you doing. So if you are upset, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So if you're saying that it's okay for you to do that, then it should be okay for her to do it. You can't get mad at her for doing the same thing you doing. And like I said, I know it'll be a problem. And and the fact that we're not going to talk about this. Whoa. I'm a grown ass man, Doc. We're going to talk about whatever I want to talk about. You ain't going to shut me up. Like, I got an opinion, I'm going to say my opinion. Like, if this is what I think, I'm going to say what I think. Like, you're not going to tell me that I can't have an opinion or a thought unless I run it past you. I don't like that shit either. If she thinks that this is what's going on, there's something that she's concerned about and she want to talk about, you have every right to stand there, baby, and tell this dude what you think. You have every right to say, look, this is something I don't agree with. I don't agree when you did X, Y, Z. I don't like when you did this. I think that this is cheating. And then you have the conversation. He can voice his opinion on why it's not cheating. She can give her opinion on why she thinks it is cheating. You can have a discussion starting from there. But what you don't get to do is stand there and tell her, I'm going to tell you what cheating is and you just going to go along with it. That's horse shit. That's horse shit. And again, if you fall into that, if she falls into that situation, she's just going to be in a bad spot. Because, like we're going to see in a little bit, the best advice I ever got from a dude, old head, when I was a young man, he said, if somebody does something to you, like you with a young lady, you break up with her because she did something to you. If she did whatever, right? And you disagree with it, it caused your relationship to break apart. If you go back, then essentially what you're saying is whatever that thing was, it's okay. You're giving her permission to do it again. Because the one power that you have in any relationship, you don't have the power to make anybody do what you want them to do. You can't make orders or command somebody to act a certain way or whatever the case may be. The only real power you have in a relationship is the power of your presence. So you get to tell people how long you want to be around, how long you want to be involved. So the minute you don't want to be involved anymore, you pull up stakes and you out. Right? And that's your power. But if you come back, then it says to them that, okay, yeah, if I do this, then yeah, I might have like some uncomfortable time, but then I'll go back to doing it. It's kind of what I used to say about like timeouts done the wrong way. Like if you get a right kid a timeout, the only thing you're doing is giving them time to plan the next caper. You know what I mean? Like you sit down on the steps for 5 minutes. They'll be sitting there on the steps like, yeah, after I get up off these steps, I'm going to go in there and break that window. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're not punishing them. In the case of Asuelo, we were talking about Asuelo and Kalani earlier. In the case of Asuelo and Kalani had established early on when Asuelo was cheating on her that he go out and cheat, he come back, he apologize, he cry, she cry. Then she'd be mad at him for a couple days, if not a couple weeks. Then she'll take him back, and then they wash, rinse, repeat. And they'll just start all over again, start a cycle. And he's done it so many times that he fully expects that even though I got caught messing up, I just cry and tell her that I don't want to lose my family, and then I stay with her and she doesn't go anywhere, and then I'm free to do whatever I want to do. You just do you quantify it. Am I willing to not talk to her for the next week or so? Because that's how long it usually takes her to get over whatever thing I did wrong. And Sophie, she's smart enough to start picking up that this is one of the things that she has to address. And the fact that she keeps talking about it is what bothers Rob, because it doesn't set up a situation where he can get away with it long term. Yeah, I agree with Desert Sister. There's so many red flags with him. I'd be on the first thing smoking back to the UK. Exactly. Like, it's just so much stuff that he has going on. Yeah, it's a sad situation. Anna Rita says she run a whole daycare center and said the kids be planning their next caper and their big escape with or without diapers on. You might have a full moon running out there, girl. The little streakers. Yeah, it's crazy as hell. Yeah, Deanna Woods. Well, she said she can't understand the Kalani situation because Asuelo is not a good person. You know, aside from the cheating and the immaturity and a lot of the things that Asuelo has going on, like, it was just a mismatch thing. And I think that actually speaks more volumes to Kalani's insecurity as to the man that she chose to spend her time with and spend her life with and share her womb with. Like, I think that it revealed a lot about her as well. So, yeah, just to let you guys know, this next few clips are going to get a little more heated because the stupid shit has not abated at all.
I basically one day sitting at home bored late at night, somebody hit me up, sending me pictures and videos. So I started talking back and got into a conversation. Then Sophie's calling me, talking about somebody is sending her basically what I sent, and the conversation did definitely create a problem between me and Sophie. And I feel like we worked past that, and I've done nothing else in any other way. And yeah, it's just a bit of an annoyance at this point.
And let's be honest, just scrapping, aka Cat with the $5 super chat. Did you know Jasmine from 90 Day Fiancé has an OnlyFans? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I heard that. She had that thing for a couple years now. Like, that's been up and running. And we'll talk. Well, I'll get into it in a minute. She can't possibly have citizenship yet. She's only been here in the U.S. this summer. I have screenshots. Oh, you got screenshots of the OF? And she followed up Just Grab It with another super chat, $1.99. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Just Grab It, be helping brother out. You can't work the HBO special. You can't work the first 2 years with the K1 visa. Yeah, she had that OnlyFans back there in Panama. And I think to be honest with you, I think that's why she gets so much work done. Like, I think the work is for the OF plan. They ain't got nothing to do with Gino. I'm trying to make Gino happy, obviously. I don't think anybody thought that she was getting all that plastic surgery for Gino. But I think it's for her OF career, like her adult industry career, if you will. The only thing that's funny to me is that she holds out that Gino got her fired off of her job because he sent some topless pictures to his girlfriend or his ex-wife, which is creepy as hell. She should have dumped him for that. But as much as she as much as she has like sexually charged conversations or whatever, there's certain careers, like you can, you're freak. I'll let my freak flag fly. I ain't gonna criticize nobody, but you have to be careful with certain jobs and certain positions. You have to protect yourself So you can't be on like TV talking about how you BJ this and you got like this toy and that toy and this specialized toy. You like doing things that some people may look at as being sexually deviant. Other people, it is what it is. Like I say, you do what you got to do. But some folks will look at that kind of thing and think that it's inappropriate, and it could impact your career. So you have to be smart about what it is you're doing. And it's always funny to me that she blames Gino for that. Like, I lost my job for you, Gino. But Gino didn't. Gino ain't got you on OnlyFans. You on OnlyFans because you want to be on OnlyFans. But yeah, just to talk about like that thing with old girl and and Rob. What was funny to me is Rob sat there and said that, yeah, the girl contacted her, and I was sitting there talking to her, and all of a sudden she contacts Sophie and send her pictures and screenshots of what we talking about, but I ain't really do nothing wrong. Dude, the only reason why Sophie know, it's not like you told her about it. Or you came out and said, yo, Sophie, this is what's happening. Somebody contacted me, blah, 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 and this is what was going on, etc., etc. They contacted your girl, which is how you got caught. Now, what that tells me is that if I'm contacting somebody online and we going back and forth and they talk about what they going to do to me and I'm going to talk about what I'm going to do to them, etc., etc., they don't reach out and contact your significant other because you had one phone call or one conversation. Grown-ass man, Doc. Grown-ass man. Don't nobody do that. I mean, if they did that, they are crazy. Like hey, how you doing? In the supermarket and they follow you home and they tell your wife or your girlfriend or your husband or your boyfriend that, you got to move out now because we in a relationship. Call the police. But if somebody show up to your house and they tell you about how much, you and them or the boyfriend and the girlfriend and them are so deep in love and they just want to let you know and put you on notice, that's a conversation that somebody's having who is having a real full-blown affair or relationship with your person. For the person Rob was talking about to reach out to Sophie, that tells me that there was more to that relationship than just some exchange of pictures. And that's just my two. That's my two. Because like I said, I just don't see that happening off you whip your magic stick out and then all of a sudden you're like, I'm going to call his girlfriend. Like, no. So you got caught because she reached out to your girl, which is like the worst kind of getting caught ever. Because it's not like, baby, you just making that up in your own mind. She reached out to me and told me you were cheating. So, bruh. and the fact that he's still standing there denying it, that tells me you're not taking responsibility for it. And again, if you're not taking responsibility for it, you don't think you did anything wrong. And therefore, there's no way you're going to improve upon your behavior. So you're going to keep doing it. You're going to keep damn doing it. In which case, there's nothing for us to talk about. There's nothing for us to talk about. Okay, real lipstick, I see you. Yeah, they be holding me down, girl. They hold the player down. Give me them HBO specials. Help a brother out specials. That's right. This one because... Yeah. And that's the thing, too, because Peanut Butter hit the nail on the damn head. That's the one she's talking about because that's the one that reached out to her that she knows about. That's the one you know about. All right? So, and that's another thing. Again, it's not something where you got... Rochelle J, I gotta hit that point. That great point. This ain't a thing where you are talking to somebody and it's a one-off thing and you got caught And okay, yeah, it was a one-off. I messed up. I met him at the club or the bar. I met her at the, I was just online and we started talking. We was doing duets or whatever online, and we just started talking. Things got out of control. I'm sorry. This person reached out to your people and you're denying it. So most likely this isn't the first time you did it. This is just the first time you got caught. This is the one you know about. This is the one you can prove. And again, I'm of the mind. This is just me though. You don't have to follow what I say because I'm just a dude I'm a talking head on YouTube. But I'm just saying, from my perspective, you don't need proof. I don't need like physical evidence. I don't need videotapes. I don't need screenshots. I don't need Polaroids, fingerprints, blood identification. I don't need none of that shit. If I don't feel comfortable, I don't feel right about something rubs me the wrong way, then I have to evaluate and react on what I feel and what I think is right and what's in my best interest. Period. So you don't have to sit around and wait for like the relationship to blow up. I think for my sister wife crew, when Robin sat there and said something to the effect of, I don't think that the relationship fell apart enough for her to leave, or there's nothing that serious happened. You don't get to tell me what's serious enough for me to leave a relationship. You don't get to tell me what somebody did to me or something that I didn't like, what I should tolerate in my relationships. You don't get to do that to me. I decide what works for me and what doesn't work for me. And if somebody is on these types of dealings or whatever, and you contacting people and y'all giving each other the goods online, I don't have to tolerate that. I don't have to deal with it. So if that's what you want to do, then you're free to do it. Don't let me stop you. You know what I mean? Handle your business. Rochelle J with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Rochelle J be holding the play it now. Rochelle J. People are stupid. Text is forever. These ain't Polaroids. I'm old. Don't put your stuff out there. Thank you, Rochelle J. Stop. Look, and I'm not. And again, I let the freak flag fly. You do what you got to do. If you like it, I love it. But look, I'm just saying, be responsible with yourself. There's so much stuff out here that it's so easy to get caught up in craziness. You send the wrong picture to the wrong person. Sophie and Rob, they both have aspirations of becoming these rich and famous people. They want to be the next Jay-Z and Beyonce, right? You the Jay-Z and Beyonce, you think people out there don't want to pay for naked pictures of Jay-Z? Or, well, maybe not Jay-Z, but but Beyonce, for sure. For sure, people will buy, let's keep it all the way a stack. People will buy pictures of Jay-Z too. And spread them around. So if you send the wrong pictures to the wrong people, and they have that, and as Rochelle J said, electronic stuff is forever. Internet stuff, it hit the web, it's out there. And there's no taking it back. So you take these pictures and you send this stuff to these types of people, they have a copy of it, they have a copy of it. And here's a disgusting thing that I'm going to tell you ladies about fellas. And I think that they're ladies too, because I've known some women who get stuff and they show it off too. But when you send pictures to some of these guys, most of these guys, a very small percentage of these guys will actually keep them pictures to themselves. I'm just keeping all the way a stack. I work jobs, like corporate jobs, where you be sitting in the lunchroom or whatever, somebody be looking at their phone, you be like, yo man, look at this. And they show you the phone. And on the phone is a picture of somebody sending some pictures. A lot of these guys, when they get these pictures, the first thing they do is share the picture. So do yourself a favor. Unless you want everybody to see your business, be very careful about who you send this type of material to. And again, I'm not trying to tell people what to do. I'm not trying to make people shamed or embarrassed or whatever the case may be. Let your freak flag fly. But just be aware that when you send certain things to certain people, they might not keep those certain things to themselves. Right? There's some people who can't have, like, what's that one example I used before? There are certain people who, was that meme? If you had a chance to have this $1 million home or estate, but nobody could see it, would you do it? I could move into that house, no problem. I can move because as long as I'm enjoying it, it's good for me. I can sit there and enjoy the view myself. But there are other people, if they can't have a party, they can't have everybody in the world know that this is their house. They can't put it on Instagram and share that this is what they got going on. They don't want no parts of it. There's some people who get these types of pictures and things online or, on these apps. And the first thing they do is they got to show everybody in the world that they got, hey man, I'm such a player. Look at all these women sending these pictures to me now. I'm just saying, don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. And then God help you when you break up. They still got the pictures. At least like Rochelle James said, at least you got the old Polaroids. You're like, give me them Polaroids back, sucker. I'm taking my photos with me. These guys, I have it saved on like the cloud. They be in their phones. They be on their computers. You know what I mean? Actually, there was one lady. I'm sorry. I'll get back to it in a moment. But I got to tell a story. There was one young lady I knew. A friend of mine worked a job. And she was a manager at the job. And she was messing with one of the regional managers. And she was engaged. And she was messing with this dude, right? From her job. And she was sending him pictures. Then when they were having relationship problems, he took those pictures, blew his career up. But he was like, to hell with it. Took those pictures, not only sent them pictures of her, in the raw, sent and doing things, sent them pictures and them videos, not only to her fiance, he sent it to the fiance's family and his friends, because on Facebook they got the family and friends. Sent it to all of them, right? And then he sent it to the people at the job. Then you can say, oh well, you get arrested for that. That's true. You can get arrested. Revenge porn in some states is illegal. You can get sued. You're right, but that doesn't do anything for you. That complicated her life. You know what I mean? Because there's some things you can't take back. She wound up marrying her fiance. But that's a conversation, because every one of his groomsmen, everybody at that wedding had seen her, them pictures. They seen her on her best, worst day. So it's just something to think about, when you're ready to do that. I'm just, like I said, let your freak flag fly. But again, James, I believe that you got to have the right age to do certain things. And you have to have informed consent. If you want to do wild stuff, do wild stuff. You like it, I love it. But just make sure that you're doing it with the mindset that you know the full ramifications of what can happen when you do it. That's all I'm saying. All right. Crucial taunt. What's up? Naked pictures always come back to bite people in the behind. Even Rose from Titanic couldn't get away from her. Say the boat went down, people died, the one thing they found was her naked pictures. How you gonna find a pencil drawing on a piece of paper in the middle of the ocean? Sarcasm or fun. Was her head in those photos? Yeah, her head and everything else. I know what you're saying though, yeah. With the super chat, thank you so much. Was her head in the photo? It don't count if you can't see my face. But you know how it works, because even with a costume on, you can recognize people. Like, hey, wait a minute. You know your people. Oh man, yeah, that's crazy. But that's the one thing, because even a Crucial Taunts post or point, let's be honest. With a lot of this stuff, when you take them pictures, the pictures be excited when the pictures first come out. You first send them, oh man, look at these pictures, oh, and the first in front of mine, it's awesome. Oh wow, it's amazing. But it's like most things, like after a while, you don't even think about it no more. You probably stop hiding them. You leave them on your table. You don't know what you did with them. You don't know where they are. You sell, especially when you sending stuff. Think about it like this: you send stuff to people's phones, like in a text message or a video chat or whatever the case may be, and they have it in their phone. How many people sell their phones? And when they sell their phone, how many people don't clear their phones? Here's another secret: when you send your photos or certain media through certain websites, and there's some things that people don't know. Maybe I'll give you a little FYI. When you send your information through certain websites, your information actually becomes property of that website. So, and not only is it property of that website, if you send your information via text or you send your information like through SMS on your phone, a copy of everything that you send, regardless of whether you delete it off your phone, when it goes through the IP internet provider, when it goes through them under the Patriot Act, they have to, by law, they have to save it. So, just something to think about. Just something to think about. See, it is that thing, like, I'm kind of in that middle age, before the internet, after the internet. So, I get it. Like, some people think that the World Wide Web, because, www, they think that, it's anonymous. It's not as anonymous as you think. Let's check out this next clip, because like I said, things starting to heat up. I love it. I love it.
And I feel like, you got to give me a little bit of credit that in 2.5 years, the only thing I ever did was respond to the wrong person.
I get it, but
when we hadn't even been together for months.
The whole time we've been together, I've done nothing. So,
I mean, you say that, but
I say that because it's
true.
You say that,
but I'm still wondering about the social media apps that you on these dating apps where
I was never on dating apps.
You were on dating apps.
I wasn't. It was a friend app where I make friends.
Tarai saw you on the dating app, and he was not using the dating app to meet friends. So.
So that's some bullshit. If you gonna come at me, if I'm approaching you with something you did wrong, don't come back to me with something that you saying I did wrong. If you think I did something wrong, then you talk to me about what you think I did wrong. But don't all of a sudden you only have a problem with what I did when I bring up what you did. No. And that's kind of where, like, and again, I think that some of it might just be because Sophie is young. But I think she has a head on her shoulders, and I give her credit for that because she is bringing it up. Like, she's coming at him and saying, like, look, this is what, for 2 years, I ain't do nothing wrong. Like, for 2 years, I done messed up one time. You keep bringing it up. Yeah, but for the same 2 years, I wasn't doing shit, and I was just hanging out, and I wasn't out messing up. So I don't understand why you had to do it, and it's not an excuse. Yeah, but was on that site, and I'm gonna create a problem that makes you similar to my problem, so I can play the whataboutism game. Like, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We talk about you. Now, if you want to talk about me, we can talk about me, but we're gonna get finished talking about you first, and then we can start talking about what I did. But let's finish this conversation. Let's finish this one before we start that one. The gaslighting, Lizzie B. That's right. Trying to gaslight her. Oh, you're crazy. There's something wrong with you. You don't know what you're talking about. It's not as deep as you think it is. Oh, we could talk about something else. Let's discuss some other stuff. No. We're gonna finish this conversation. The old flipping out of the script. Yeah, he tried it. You tried it. But was she just hanging out? Yeah, Angela, that's the thing. She's you may or may not know, she actually came out and said that she was bisexual. So the friend app does mean something. The only disagreement I have with that particular position is if you're taking a position that your bisexuality doesn't mean anything, then it doesn't mean anything that you're on the friend side of the app or the I could be dating females side of the app. Doesn't mean anything. But I think that, you know, a relationship is a relationship, whether it's homosexual, heterosexual, whatever. If you are in a relationship with another human being, it's a relationship. And that relationship is equal to my relationship. So I'm not one of those guys who thinks that if you open up, like for instance, there are certain guys who think that if you open up your relationship to other females, so your wife can go out and you guys can go pick up another female and you're safe and secure as long as she's only messing with other girls, then your relationship is solid. I'm not one of those people. If that's what you want to choose, if that's what you choose to do, that's what you choose to do. But I just say recognize the vulnerability, because that if your lady is interested in other women and the two of them get to talking, you know, after you done after you finish and you passed out, went to sleep, these two are having a whole conversation. And they get to figuring out that they got stuff in common and you're not there to intervene, they might start hanging out. Right? And the same way, if she's, you know, she's attracted to women and she's on the site supposedly looking for friends, looking for women, then that's cheating. Like, she's cheating too. It's just not to the same level or the same degree. But she's certainly opening the door. She might not have walked through it, but you're definitely peeking inside. You understand what I mean? It's like, so there is concern there. Yeah, that was a good pickup though. If you're not, especially if you're not familiar with the show. Yeah, that's a good pickup. Just scrap it and get a cat. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like he's not a bad looking dude. He's just, his attitude is just shit. And I think what makes, for me, I'm more or less in the camp of, with Sophie, you know, for me, I like him a little more real, more natural, whatever. Like, I think that she's a pretty girl, and she's covering herself up a lot. Like, she, you know, with the wigs and a lot of the makeup, heavy makeup. I think she's covering herself up a lot. A little too much for my taste. But she's a very attractive young lady. But to be honest with you, one of the more attractive things to me is the fact that she does have a head on her shoulders, and she is sticking up for herself. Like, I think that makes her more attractive. Oh, okay. Yeah, so... Oh, yeah, don't forget to hit the like button. Thanks to Tick for Car. TKC for Car. I appreciate that. Don't forget to hit that like button. Yeah, he is very negative. And that's the thing. Like, I don't like the fact that he's not taking accountability or not taking responsibility for stuff that he did wrong. If you messed up, just say you messed up. I can forgive. You know, people make mistakes. People, you know, nobody is perfect. Nobody does, you know, 100%. You know, I like to think that you would, but, you know, everybody has temptations, and maybe you fell into the temptation. I can work with, I made a mistake. I made a bad choice. I did the wrong thing. I can't work with, I did nothing wrong. Right? I can't work with that. Like, because if you don't know that you did something wrong, where do you start? Then you're definitely doing it again. Because you learned nothing from the first time that you did something wrong. Because you don't even know what you did. So how do you prevent it? Again, we want to check out this next clip. Because like I said, things heating up.
And I feel like, you know, you got to give me a little.
Why are you bringing this up when I asked
you bringing up stuff to me, so it's like,
yeah, but that's...
you have one thing to worry about me. I got one thing to worry about you. I'm not gonna continue to let that dictate how I feel.
You never caught me out doing something, though.
It doesn't make me wonder.
I've been loyal, though. That's the difference.
I've been loyal.
And that's the point that kind of, like, listen to that conversation. That's the part that kind of annoyed me a lot, was the idea of, look, I've been loyal, and, you know, you got one thing, and I'm overlook the one thing you did, and you should overlook the one thing I did. Even though the one thing you did, I don't have no evidence to prove that you did the wrong thing, or no reason to think that you did the wrong, even though she did the wrong thing. But I have no reason to think that you did the wrong thing, but I'm going to elevate the suspicion of you doing the wrong thing so that I can get away with the wrong thing that I did. Like, that's just, like I said, it's manipulative, and it's problematic for that reason. It's gaslighting at its finest, because he's telling her she's crazy. And this is like when earlier we were talking about abuse. This is how abuse happens. And I had said from the beginning that I thought that, like, with his reaction on the elevator, about the elevator stuff, walking away, can't control himself, that kind of thing, I thought from the beginning that there was something with him, that he has problems with that kind of thing. And I was, and I was like, you give this type of dude, 2-3 years before it's all over, he's gonna be trying to punch in the mouth, And I don't even like saying that. I don't even like thinking that. But at the end of the day, he's not the type of dude I would trust. I don't trust him because of the way he reacts to things, like the overblown, over-aggressive attitude. You get caught doing something wrong. Usually the tendency is for you to be apologetic, for you to kind of take a step back, for you to try to ingratiate yourself to the other person, to get that forgiveness. But his position is, I'm going to bully you in to, ignoring it. I'm not even seeking your forgiveness. I just demand that you pretend that nothing happened. And when he does it, it's not like he's trying to persuade her. He's trying to bully her. I'm going to talk over you. I'm going to talk loud. I'm going to act like I'm agitated. I'm aggravated. And I can't control myself. I'm barely holding back my anger. I don't trust that. I don't trust that. I don't want to be that guy. But if I saw somebody talking to my daughter that way, I would have a problem. And I'll just leave it there. I'll take it, or just leave it there. If I walked up on somebody talking to my daughter like that about that particular issue, the way he's talking to her and the way he's acting, me and my homeboy would have to have a conversation. Simple as that. Because, just to let you know where I'm at. Some things, I get it. You upset. And you angry. And you getting emotional. But just so we understand each other, some things are not going to happen. You know what I mean? Some things are not going to happen. I don't want to be that guy. I'm not going to say I'm going to do something to you, but I'm damn sure going to try. So it's a little weird for me. But, yeah, it is, yeah, because I agree with that, does his sister. She said it's not even that he's quick to anger, it's the things that he gets angry about. It's the things that he gets angry about and the way that he gets angry that bothers me. Okay, fine, you're an emotional person, maybe, you feel, and if you didn't do anything wrong, I can even understand that. If you genuinely didn't do anything wrong, and somebody is constantly accusing you of doing something that you didn't do, I can understand you losing patience with that. But, you got caught, bruh. Like I said, you got caught. If you don't know that you got caught, then you're a little rockhead. Yeah, Anna Rita said, Jay was saying, let me show you my little friend. Oh, he wouldn't even see me coming. He wouldn't even see me coming. He would go on his way to the store, and next thing you know, in the back of a milk carton. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Wendy. It's just this guy is killing me. You best be getting right with Jesus. You know what I mean? I hate to say that. You stand in the ditch. You're a religious man. I'm not, you can't judge me. I'm not trying to judge you. I'm just trying to arrange the meeting. Oh, is it? Honestly, Rob seems like he could use a mentor. So he come to Jesus convo with a father figure. Maybe what he needs. And to be honest with you, I would say that, for that particular situation, I think that's on point. Angela Rochelle. I think that Rob is a young man who would have benefited maybe, I don't know what his home life was like or, how he grew up. But it doesn't seem like he had somebody who was around to kind of talk him through a lot of this stuff. I'll just say it that way. I don't want to be that guy. He need a daddy. I don't want to say that, but he should have had somebody to pull him up. If just the taking responsibility. That's a big thing. just being a young man, learning to admit when you're wrong. Half the time, and that's one of the things that I would say to most young dudes, you don't realize when you're dealing with a woman, a lot of women will forgive you for things that you do wrong. You just have to give them the opportunity to be able to give you that grace. But if you sit there and you lie, you try to deflect, you try to run away from, that, that's when you turn them hard against you. You burn them out. You burn a woman out doing that. But let's take a look at this next clip, because like I said, it's starting to get better in the bathroom.
What would cause you to need literally to get out of his apartment?
Basically, what happened was I had a dream the night before, right, that Rob online cheated on me. So the next day, I just checked his phone. I never check his phone, but I was like, let me just check because I had a dream about it. I went on his Instagram, didn't find anything, and then I went on this one app, and like basically he's been getting like disgusting videos from other women and like asking for just like nudes, and like the videos are disgusting and he's like entertaining it. And I was just like, I found the videos, and then I was just like, you need to drop me off. I don't even want to talk to you. Like, I just left. I just had to leave. I was packing my stuff. He was trying to stop me. Like, I just took what I could and I left. I threw the ring. I didn't even have the ring anymore. I threw the ring. So yeah, right now, him.
And she did what you should have did. That situation. Hack the hell up. You let him know. You know what I mean? I'm not putting up with this. He already got the warning. You already told him before that if you do this, you're not going to do this to me again. You know what it is. And he decided to do it anyway. You made your choice. You made your choice. That's what life is about. Life is about choices. I can't make you do whatever you want to do. I can't make people be faithful. If somebody want to go out and see other people, I can't make you be loyal. But what I can do is decide what I'm going to put up with and how much of it I'm going to take. That's what I can do. And in her situation, she looked at it and said, you know what? I don't have to take this. I don't have to sit here with him and listen to him tell me all these excuses and try to put it back on me and tell me how I'm not fulfilling and doing what he wants to do. And she made the decisions from that point. And again, I give her a lot of credit for that. I mean, as crazy as it is, I knew she wasn't in his house no more because she was standing in the bathroom. Just saying, you know. Is she done now with this guy? I don't know, Miriam. And that's the thing. Like, usually with these types of relationships, if the relationship was severely truncated or very short, they wouldn't bring her on to the episode till around like the 6th episode, 7th episode, if they had a really short relationship. So I'm concerned that she very well may go back to him. And part of it, too, is because, you know, she did make such a huge change in her life. She probably gave up her apartment, probably gave up her place. She planned on coming here. There is a level of embarrassment that goes along with this with regard to, like, friends and family. People who maybe even said, don't go, it's not worth it, he ain't worth it, he ain't nothing. And then you tell them, no, he's awesome, he's amazing. And you get here and you find out the dude ain't shit. Like, it's, you know, it could be a hard pill to swallow. Like, I get it. Rochelle J said, I can't get past this no bathroom gig. Yeah, you got to go outside. You got, like, kind of an outhouse deal. You know, you got to walk across the patio or whatever from his apartment. And they had, like, filing cabinets out. Like, it's very random. Like, his patio is very random. They have, like, 3-4 filing cabinets out there and, like, a bunch of stuff. But I guess it is what it is. But yeah, like it's sad. Like it was it's very heartbreaking watching her cry and talk about them not being able to, her giving up so much and not knowing what she's going to do, not knowing where she's going to go, saying that she felt alone because she came over here and she doesn't have any friends or family or anybody to talk to. She left him, had him drop her off, and she's in the house by herself. And so, again, this is kind of one of the elements of like the cycle of abuse, because a lot of times the guys, the abusers, try to isolate their victims away from other people who could give them that assistance they need, like emotional, financial support that they might need in order for them to actually create that clean break away from their the person who's mistreating them. And so it puts her in a very precarious situation because she is tied to this dumbass in a lot of ways. You know, not just financially, emotionally, but everything else. So, I mean, I get it. Okay, Angela Rochelle said, rumor has it they stopped following each other. But I think they stay together to the end of the season. And that's possible. Like I said, I mean, there's probably more story that could be told there. And one of the other like downsides to actually being on these types of reality shows is that they will always encourage dumb shit. Like, so in the Family Chantel, some folks that talked about that earlier. We talked about that earlier. In Family Chantel, Pedro, a guy from the Dominican Republic, and Chantel, a woman from Georgia, got married. They were together for several years. They get divorced. After getting their divorce approved, the decree approved, they have to sell their house. So they meet at a realtor's office to figure out how to sell a house. That's TV. You don't have to meet anybody. All you have to do is sign the paperwork to allow the realtor to sell the house. Both of them sign the paperwork. That's it. Like, they don't ever have to sit in a meeting together. And if you do have to go to a meeting with somebody else, you can take your attorney with you, and your attorney can sit there instead of sitting there with the person that you were married to. Like, that's not a conversation you have to participate in. But for TV's sake, for TLC's sake, they will encourage you to keep putting yourself back in this situation. For the Sophie, I can see TLC asking her, go out and sit with these, go back to Rob so you guys can have the conversation so that he can tell you whatever bullshit he's going to tell you. We can tape it. And to be honest with you, if I'm going to keep it all the way stacked with TLC, the first rule to any contact sport or any sport really is protect yourself. TLC does not protect you. They do not look out for you. I've seen more than one situation where TLC will put their cast members in bad situations with dangerous people, and so that they can tape it and they can film it. So I wouldn't trust that at all. But we only got a couple more left, guys. I appreciate you hanging in there. Thank you for hitting that like button. Thank you for hanging out with me as long as you did. I genuinely appreciate it. We're about to wrap this bad boy up. And maybe I'll do another live tomorrow so we can talk about some of the like free land, some of these 90-day stories, because it seems like there was some interest in that, and I want to make sure everybody gets their voices heard.
He did this before, and I nearly broke up with him because it was like just after a year, I think after we've been dated, he did the same thing, and he was like wanking off back to her. Sorry, this is really explicit, but like he was doing inappropriate stuff. The girls doing inappropriate stuff. And it's like I said, you can't hurt me like this again. If you do this, I'm leaving. So he knew what he was doing.
See? She said he knew what he was doing. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, I got to give her a lot of props. But before I do that, Moreau's voice, thank you so much for the kind words. James, your lives are very informative and entertaining. I use it as background. There you go. I don't care whether it helps me or not. If you enjoy them, then if you like it, I love it. If you like listening to them, then I love putting them out. That's why I do it. But, yeah. But I appreciate it. Joanne Jackson, you welcome. Okay. That was so fun, James. Yeah, thank you, Lexa Power. I appreciate you coming through. Oh, yeah, we'll be doing an after party for Sister Wives after this episode this Sunday. For sure. For sure. But just off that last clip, and I only got one clip left, but when she said, this is why I like Sophie. She talked to him about the first time that he was messing up with somebody online. She drew her boundaries. She told him what her expectation was and what she would accept, what she wouldn't accept. He did not heed what she said. He tested. He tried it. And he found himself at the apex of fuck around and find out. That's where he was. That's where he found himself. Distinctly on that corner. He found out. He tried her, didn't work. He found out, and I respect that. She let him know what was going on, what she would accept. He decided that he wanted to go another way, and she made her decision based on what he decided to do. Now he will sit there and try to turn it around and blame her, but ultimately everything that happened from the time that he started, receiving and sending texts was decisions. These were decisions. So when we talk about like somebody like a Kalani and a Asuelo, this is what I would like to see Kalani do. Even though you messed around with Asuelo and you had the one baby, you didn't have to marry this joker. You didn't have to tolerate him cheating and continue to cheat on you and all that. And by doing that, it put her in a situation where she made a second child with him. So now you got two babies from a dude that you don't really want to be with. And now that you finally met a guy that you say you want to be with in Dallas, the new dude that she's messing with, now you have two ties to this guy that you don't want to have nothing to do with. And in Sophie's case, I respect the fact that, especially from a guy who demanded that she give him kids. And that was the most ridiculous part of the whole thing. He's sitting there talking about he want a family and demanding a family, and he don't see his life without a family. But you're not in a situation where you're ready for a family. As much as I talk about Sophie acknowledging the fact, and this is why it hit so hard for me, and maybe I didn't say it earlier, but the reason why it hit so hard to me that Sophie had said she wasn't ready to be a mother was because he had insisted, the guy, Rob, has insisted that he wants to be a father and he's ready to have a family and start a family. But he doesn't recognize or have self-awareness to realize that he's in no position to start making babies with anybody. You're not done messing around. I said the same thing about Tiger Woods. I don't know if folks remember Tiger Woods when he was married as hell. He had kids, 2 kids with his wife, and he out there messing around with any waitress that'll look at him 2 times and bring him a nacho cheese, a plate of nachos. He trying to dig out, right? If you like, I don't have no problem with Tiger Woods going out there trying to slang, right? But why get married? Why get married? If you're not done messing around, why get married? Just, go do your thing. Knock yourself out. As long as the women are willing to participate in it with you, knowing what's going on, and you're keeping them informed, and you out there doing your thing, do your thing. Do your thing, player. Ain't nobody mad at you for that. But why get married to somebody and then start bringing people into the world for you to go back and betray all that? Mess all that up. Why bring a woman from London, the UK, here to America, go through the time, expense, and everything else, all the paperwork you got to fill out to bring her here, only to be cheating on her the whole time? That's a dummy. That's a dummy dude. You could be doing everything you doing. You could be a player and all that other shit that he's talking about doing, and you ain't got to bring her here for that. Yeah, right. Lizzie B. She said, I was surprised when she said she didn't have options for birth control, especially since Asuelo didn't like to use condoms because only prostitutes do. My question would be, how does he know what prostitutes like to use? You're telling on yourself, my man. Yeah. That's what prostitutes do. You're telling on yourself. Doesn't say you can't start a family living in a studio apartment without a bathroom. Exactly. Where you gonna wash the baby at? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I guess the kitchen sink. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. Like, if you're not ready, and that's you not being ready. That's you self-awareness. If you're not ready to start a family, you're not ready to be committed to the mother, why create a bad situation? And I have an answer for that. I think that part of the reason I think by Lizzie B. James loophole. Yes, how does the swallow know? Exactly. But I think that when we were talking earlier about him saying that him being Rob talking about Sophie saying that she's bougie because she likes to have bathrooms in the house. Oh, girl, you bougie. You want bathrooms in the house? Yeah. When he said that, he was talking, and even when she was talking about moving to different locations, he was saying that she could get her family to pay for places to move and places to stay. Remember that? I think that he's okay with duplicating himself with Sophie because when he looks at her, he finds her attractive. So he thinks that he's going to have attractive children, cute kids. And he thinks, and this is all speculation, but in some universes, he would think that he wouldn't be financially responsible for that child. So if she has a baby, as soon as she calls up and says, hey, the baby needs some clothes or shoes or want to participate in the activity, he'll say, well, I don't want to pay for that. Why don't you ask your mom for that? Why don't you tell your family to pay for that? They need diapers? Oh, tell your mama to send you diapers. I ain't got no diaper money. Girl, you know I live in the studio. And here's the crazy part. When you agree or settle to some things, the people who ask you to agree to settle for some things will turn right around and use the thing that you agree or settle on against you. That's crazy as hell. So when she starts sending off requests for money or financial support for the baby that he wanted and demanded that she have, he'll turn around and say, girl, you know I ain't got no money. When you came out here, we was living in a studio with no bathroom in the house. And he'll look her right in the face, and everything that she was saying to him about what the stuff that we need to do so that we can move up as a family and we can get better, he'll turn right around and say, that's why I can't do nothing. You knew about it, and I don't understand why you think I can send you money when you know I don't have no money. I mean, after all, I'm living in a place with no bathroom. So this is why I say that, like, she did the right thing by being smart. She's being smart with the whole thing, and I'm happy with that. And one of the key things is that as these guys are messing up, especially when you're talking about having kids, one of the more powerful things you can do when you're talking about having kids, an example is the examples that you set for yourself. If this dude ain't treating you right and he's treating you wrong, especially if he's putting his hands on you, the kids go to bed, they gotta wake up, that dude be gone. And then they'll know that hitting is wrong, that mistreating you is wrong. They know that, you don't get to treat mama this way. When the young man see that this dude or the dad is mistreating his mom, and then he go to bed and he wake up, where daddy at? Daddy don't live here no more. Boy, he come in, don't you open that door. The only people who come in there are people with keys. If he don't have a key, he don't get in, right? And then they learn that, okay, this how you lose a woman. This how you lose a woman, right? And that's what Sophie is teaching. That's what Sophie is teaching him. And hopefully, if homeboy is smart, he'll learn his lesson and he'll learn for the next one. Let him learn for the next one he get. If you lose a good one, then you're going to recognize you lost a good one. Hopefully, you can find another good one, and you be able to keep that one with the lesson you're going to learn here. But you're going to learn today. You're going to learn today. But before we wrap this up, we got to hear from Rob. What did Rob have to say when he got caught up in this situation? Let's hear what he had to say.
He did this before, and I nearly broke up with him because... You've hurt me again, Rob.
I've been trying to be perfect, but I'm not perfect, man. I'm not. I'm not perfect, but I'm definitely not trying to be with nobody else but you. I just want you. I want you in my life. I don't want nobody else, baby.
The messages. I saw the messages, even the ones that you didn't save. I've seen them, Rob. So I don't care what you keep saying. It doesn't mean anything to me. You're just a liar.
Just a liar. And what makes it worse is the accent. You get cussed out by Mary Poppins. I've seen it, Rob. You're a liar. Shit. It just hits different. One of my favorite parts is homeboy sat there and he's acting like, oh, you don't understand. I just want you. I'm so angry. I only want you. I want to be with you. The crazy part is, dude, you had her. You had her. But you didn't only want to be with her. And that's why you lost her. If she was enough, then she would have been enough. And the crazy part is, and and I'm going to use his example. Beyonce and Jay-Z. Of the two of them, Beyonce hands down is the better looking one of the two. Right? But Jay-Z was the one cheating on Beyonce. During the time when Beyonce was the hottest, the hottest hot thing out there and smoking on two legs, Jay-Z was out there cheating. What lesson can we draw from that, James? The lesson that we draw from that is the fact that it doesn't matter. Sometimes it don't matter what you're doing or what you're not doing. People going to do what people going to do. If they're going to cheat on you, they're going to cheat on you because it's in them. It's a decision that they making. Sophie could have been doing everything in the world right. She could have been bending over backwards. She could have been back flipping off of the dresses, flipping upside down, turning dude inside out, turning him out like a t-shirt, curling his toes up so tight he can't put on shoes for 2 hours. She could have been going crazy on him. But at the end of the day, there ain't nothing going to stop people from doing what they want to do. And this is a decision that he made because it's in him to make that decision. And I don't know if you guys picked up on it, but in the previous video where she was talking about her warning him about the stuff that he was doing, it was revealed during that time when she was talking to the producers that not only was he receiving these types of videos and pictures and stuff from these women, but he was sending them back. He was sending them back. So he was fully participating. They were having like a full-on, like a thing. So the idea that when he stood there, even to the producers, and he stood there and I don't know why she keep tripping and she acting nuts. It's on her. I'm not doing nothing. I'm innocent. It happened one time because I was bored and all of a sudden she making the most of it. He was going buck wild. My man was losing his mind. And he was doing things too. And he got caught up. And yet and still, he tried to make everybody feel like they was crazy. And the one thing that I would say to anybody, the scary part is he's like, I had a dream. Like, oh my God. Every man in the world just cringed at the same time because they had that argument before. I've had that argument before. What? You was cheating? What are you talking about? I dreamt last night. At the dream, I don't even know who you talking about. I don't know who that person is. But I play with that. But the one thing I will say, guys, girls, men, women, children, whatever the case may be, the one power that you have is your intuition. Sometimes you'll get that inclination that something is going on and you have to trust yourself that something is happening. Something ain't right. Like they come home, they tell you that they was working late or, they was off with the buddies or the friends or whatever the case may be. They went out with the girls' night out, the guys' night out. They was hanging out with they homies watching the game, whatever the case may be. And they say something that just don't sit right. Ask that question. Ask that question. It might be a little, little nibble on your consciousness that makes you like, what? That doesn't sound right. So just keep asking, And if they get mad at you asking, ask them more. Because you're probably on to something. Because the reason why Rob has revealed in this episode, this is like I said, the 90-day stuff is a little easier to digest and pick things out. Because as much as Rob protested when she was asking questions about it, the reason why he was so mad out there talking to her about it, I ain't cheating on you and I'm tired of you talking about me, present me that way, and you ain't going to be talking about me, you ain't going to be acting like I'm cheating on you. The whole reason why he was tripping like that is because he was cheating the whole time. He was doing everything that she said he was doing, and he wanted to cover it up, and he, like a caught cowardly dog, he was trying to embarrass her into thinking that she shouldn't even be asking a question. That's what it was about. He was trying to embarrass her into not asking. You know what I mean? Trying to make her feel bad. So many red flags must have mistaken him for this circus. Peanut butter. Yeah, that's true. Angela Rochelle, she said, people going to do what people going to do. It don't have nothing to do with the part. And I agree with that. Because, like apparently, Sophie was fine enough to where Rob paid money. Like, he paid a significant amount of money. A dude with no bathroom in his house paid at least 10 G's to get her here. The dude with no bathroom in his house paid at least $10,000 to get her here. At least 10 grand to get her here. Only so he could cheat on her. Dumb. You know? Like I say, then you get caught, and because he didn't recognize that he made a mistake, the impact of what he did on her, the impact and the possibility that he could lose her, he never took her serious. That's another thing. Because he doesn't listen to her, he never took her ass serious. So when she was sitting up there saying, look, you keep doing this, I'm out. He was like, okay, yeah, no, I don't care what you're talking about. He didn't take her serious. I bet he take her ass serious now. So when he's sitting up there trying to beg her and plead with her for her not to go anywhere, he just as scared as she is. She got there and she played it off. She probably played it tough. You know, like I would say, just like you should. You know, you cry in the car. Wait till you get dropped off, then you cry in the damn place. But you be strong in that car with his ass, and you keep holding his feet to the fire. I just want to be with you, girl. I want to be with you. Oh, I'm so angry. Because everybody is doing something to you. You did it to yourself. You did it to your damn self. So if you want to be with her, you need to start listening. Start taking her into consideration. And bruh, you know, I know you young cats, y'all don't believe in this. But all the old school players know. My man, you gonna have to get in there and fucking beg. Sometimes you got a beg player. You can't just get mad at her and think you're going to yell and shout out and she just going to, go along with what you want. Sometimes you got to get there and beg. You done messed up. You messed up. You messed up. You need a beg. You need to get there. Baby, I'm sorry. I didn't. You got to mean that shit, too. You just can't go there. These ain't just words you running. A script you running. You got to mean that. You know, you gotta get there like, baby. I'm about, girl, I'm gonna get you 3-4 bathrooms. I'm gonna get a bathroom for you. I'm gonna get a bathroom for your coats. Anything you want, you gotta go there and beg, dude. You can't just yell them out. I'm telling you. Yeah. And every day, you gotta, and whatever it takes. And this is the part where I think that Rob is going to fail. Because if you think about it, he would have to put her first in some respect. I'm not saying you should disrespect yourself. I'm not saying you should devalue yourself. But in order for this to work, in order for the begging to work, or truly be effective, he has to start taking her into consideration. He has to start being compassionate to her wishes, her desires, her feelings. He has to start trying to pay attention so that he can get in tune with where she is. So that way when he apologizes, and then you going to have to apologize. This ain't no one apology thing. You're going to be apologizing a lot over the next couple days, few weeks, maybe even couple months. You're going to be apologizing a lot. And then even once you finish apologizing, this is where it gets kind of sticky for me as far as affairs are concerned and infidelity is concerned. You have substantially damaged your trust in one another. And because you've damaged your trust in each other, And because she doesn't necessarily trust you anymore, and she can't believe you anymore, and when you say that you're not doing things, there's always going to be a question in the back of her mind. It makes the situation a little harder to deal with. And it makes it, you know... Rochelle J said, Beckett ain't going to help with no bathroom. This is true. This is true. But, you know, when you get caught cheating, you damage your relationship because you damage the trust. Because no matter, even if they forgive you, the first time something happens, the first time something don't look right, they're always going to have the question as to whether you're doing the right thing by them or not. Whether you're stepping out on them or not. And that creates a problem. You know? And so, the strongest piece of advice I could, you know, I don't even like to give advice. I just like to give my perspective. In my perspective, I think that you're better off not doing it. And, you know, forget asking for forgiveness, doing it and asking for forgiveness later. You're better off not doing it. Because once it's done, like certain things happen, you can't unsee certain things, and you can't, you know, with that type of experience, with the pain that you're going to give her, you can't take that off of her anymore. Like, she's going to walk around with that pain. Like, she'll get past it, she'll get over it, and she may be able to operate beyond it, but it's always going to be present. And it's never going to be something that completely heals. And she, like, you know, like I said, people are resilient. They get past a lot of things, and they're able to deal with one another on a lot of different levels. But you've taken something from that relationship by doing that and getting caught, especially when you get caught. How do you propose to somebody and then you propose to somebody, you get caught cheating? And even if you get caught cheating, oh, James, you don't understand. These are just videos I had in my phone. Once she got here, like, I understand, like I said, he was expecting her to get here, he started throwing the little the roach motels all over the apartment. And the fact that you threw up at least a dozen of them bitches out lets me know that your house is fully populated. You got all kinds of urban wildlife up in that bad boy. So you throwing them around, you know, and you preparing for her to come here. Part of that preparation of her getting here should have been you going through your phone, deleting all that dumb shit off your phone. When she got here, there should have been no videos for you to have. You should have got rid of them apps. You should have got rid of that bull crap with them girls. All that should have been gone. But you were saving it for a reason. And that, again, hurts you. Because you kept it. You kept the stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, and Lizzie B, the most important thing is to not repeat the same mistakes. But the problem is if you don't think you did anything wrong, you 100% will repeat that mistake. Because according to you, it's not a mistake. It's a misunderstanding. She misunderstood. You know, when I had all those people, she didn't understand what was going on. She got me wrong. She didn't know what I was doing. Because I'm smarter than her. That's also part of the problem. Rob thinks he's smarter than everybody. And the one thing that annoys the hell out of me is when a dumb motherfucker think they smarter than everybody. Pardon my French. When stupid people think they way smarter than you, it's insulting. Not just because, you know, people will lie to you, and I can handle people lying to you. I can handle people lying to me all day. What I can't handle is people insult my intelligence when they lie to me. Like, don't tell me no dumb lies. And the problem is, people who have suspect intelligence, most times they lies are dumb. It makes sense to them, but you're the only one it makes sense to, you know? Oh, but this guy, man, he's just killing me. But yeah. So here's what we're going to do. Like, so from now on, I think that I'm going to try to do the Friday night Fiancé special. So every Friday I'll try to do something on 90 Day Fiancé. There's so much stuff happening on all these different shows. Like, you know, Gino and Jasmine. You got, oh my goodness, you got, speaking of Dominican Republic, you got Johan and Danielle. Johan is this dude from Dominican Republic. Danielle's from New York City. New York. She goes down to the Dominican Republic because they're doing the other way. She gets down there. Homeboy, they've been married for at least 2-3 years. Homeboy told her straight up, I want to move to America. She said, no, I don't want to move to America because we can live here, be way cheaper, it's so nice, and da-da-da. He said, I thought we were moving to America. He just recently told her that he's no longer going to pay for anything in the house. She's going to pay for everything. Plus, she going to give him money because she has to, because he married an American and he has expectations that she's going to take care of him. It's off the chain, dog. It's crazy as hell. It's crazy as hell. So, we're going to do, yes, Jay. Yes, please, Jay. Review the king of all gaslighters, Big Ed. Big Ed and Liz, they're a dumpster fire in a train wreck inside a shit show. Like, the two of them are reliant on one another. Liz is a person who likes Liz and Big Ed. Big Ed is an abusive dude. Liz likes the attention of being a victim because she likes people paying attention to her. It is, and in a way, it doesn't excuse the actions of Big Ed at all. Like, because for those who are not aware, there was a show called Last Resort. And I was talking about it earlier with Jovi and Yara. Jovi's from New Orleans, Yara's from Ukraine. And Jovi had talked Big Ed into coming out to the strip club with him. Because Jovi's an alcoholic who's hooked on strip clubs. And they get out there, and Jovi messes up because he tries to contact some stripper that he knew in New Orleans. She moved down to Florida. He tries to contact her to get her to come out, and he called her a few times to come out. Big Ed mentions it, and it starts a fight between Jovi and his wife. The reason I told you all that, long story long, Ed tells Jovi, well, what would your daughter think about you going out to see these strippers? And at that point, Jovi jump up and he threatened to punch Ed in the face. I am going to tell you this. I'm not a fan of like violence and the tough guy stuff and all that. But I would punch Ed's ass in the face. Like, I would have hit Ed before Ed knew what was happening. I would have hit Ed before I knew what was happening. Like, because if I'm having a disagreement with you, don't bring my kids into our disagreement. Especially man to man. Don't bring my kids into this. That tore me up when Ed did that. But that's the kind of dude Ed is. And Liz, in light of all that was going on between Ed, Jovi, and the pain that Ed caused to Jovi, and more importantly, the pain that Ed caused to Yara, Jovi's wife, Liz still turned around and made the entire situation about her and how that situation affected her. Because she's used to being the center of attention. Like, there's a kind of sickness in a way. I forget what it's called. Like, there's a term for it, but it's very akin to I think it's akin to like Munchausen syndrome, where women will make their Munchausen syndrome is when people think that they're sick all the time. But there's another one where a mother will in some cases poison their kids to make their kids sick so that they get the attention of their kid being sick. Like, just being in that situation, people feel sympathy and they become addicted to that feeling. A lot of what I see with Liz is very akin to that, where she, has this bad situation happen with Ed, who's this, this dude's an abusive dynamo. Like, he gets abusive in ways that, like, it's a stretch for you to be abusive. This dude figured a way to be abusive, right? He's like an abusive Olympian. Like, this dude is like the Olympian level abuser, and he does it. Then she figures a way that she can go share with everybody else all the evils that he's done, and then she just basks in talking about all the evils that he's done and how bad he is and how she needs to leave him and everything else. It's a very sick, dysfunctional relationship. They even had a situation where she was talking about getting her daughter back because she was married, had a daughter, lost her daughter because she was homeless, and she had revealed it. One of her biggest fears was being homeless or financially unstable. And so she had an opportunity to get a better job and have this promotion at her work. Ed wanted to stand in the way of her getting promoted. Like 2 weeks after she got promoted and they stopped filming the show, Ed put her out. He put her in the street, made her homeless. And so she was couch surfing for like a month, 2 months before she could get a place of her own. She got her own place and she went back to Ed. Like, it's crazy as hell. It's crazy. Like, that show is crazy abusive. You know, Ed is a bully. So when I saw that and I was watching, was it a 90 Day Last Resort? That was supposed to be them going away for a resort to get help for their relationships. And when they did that, like they were talking about, like I said, they were talking about like the tantric sex and how you can pleasure your lover in many different sexual ways and be amazing to them. I'm like, that's not the help they need. Like, he's abusive. She has self-esteem issues, insecurity issues. She also has personality issues. Like, she has a lot of stuff going on. Like, she's got to figure a lot of crap out. The one thing that the therapist, I wouldn't disagree with the therapist if they came onto the show and said, you guys need to break up and seek heavy therapy, individual therapy, before you even consider having a relationship with anybody else. Raspberry said, I thought the Big Ed and Rose storyline was gross, and I'm glad she got out. Yeah. What is Liz doing with this man? Like I said, I think Liz is used to the attention she gets, the negative attention she gets. But, yeah, Ed had a power dynamic with Rose. That was the first person he came on the show with because she was from the Philippines and she was in an extremely poor or financially desperate situation. He knew it and he was taking advantage of it. And it was very disgusting. Like, their relationship was very disgusting because the one thing that really bothered me was that Rose had a child. She had a son. And Ed, Mr. I love her so much and I really want to be with her, he didn't take an opportunity to get to know her son at all. He just basically took her to the hotel, like took her out of the house, took her to a hotel so he could spend time with her and sleep with her, bang her ass out. And he was saying like wild stuff to her, like, oh, your breath stinks. So he gave her like toothpaste and mouthwash, you know, because Ed is the king of romance. That's what every female wants to hear. Yeah, the toothpaste, mouthwash, and a box of Summer's Eve. Like, what are you doing, bro? Like, this, you are not a good person. Oh, Liz is trying to be an actor. Oh, really? Samantha Lake said Liz doesn't want yet another failed relationship. That relationship is failed. Again, that relationship is on record failures. They don't like their 14th or 15th breakup, maybe the third or fourth engagement. Just scrapping. Said it's in the shape of a toilet. Yeah, piece of shit. So yeah, he made Rose shave her legs because he wanted that true, you know, experience. He wanted to increase his experience. Yeah, I agree with Carrie. Like, it's better. You can do bad by yourself. You don't need company to do bad alone. You know, you can do bad by yourself. But that's, you know, like I said, I just like with 90 Day. Aside from, like, I do like doing the sister wives stuff because you can get into some interesting relationship details. But with 90 Days, is because it's a variance in, like, the people and the issues and the problems, there's a lot of stuff, a lot of real estate that we could talk about with that. So I hope you guys come back and enjoy the Friday night. Hopefully you guys like this live. I know it was a little impromptu. I wasn't able to hook up my clips the way I wanted and had a lot of technical issues. But overall, I had a good time talking to you guys. And with the smaller crowd, we were able to get a little more content out. So I like that. Like being able to get some of the comments. Yeah, I don't believe in Ed and Liz's relationship either. I think it's crazy. It does seem fake, but the problem is that I can see a lot of relationships like that. And that's where it becomes problematic. And that's kind of my take on a lot of the stuff that I see with the reality shows, is that some of it is, it could be produced or scripted to some degree. But there are elements of those relationships that exist in other people's situations. And if we can highlight them, is even as the absurd extreme, then to be able to say, look, you see this, what you're going through is very similar to that. It's just less extreme. And, don't be a part of that. Don't do that. Like, don't be a Rob. Don't be a Sophie. Or be a Sophie. The way Sophie conducted herself, like, I would be very happy with Sophie. And when she was sitting there crying, I like the fact that nobody there, I guess you can't because it's a TV show and you got to pretend like she's just sitting in the room talking to herself. But Sophie just needed somebody to give her a hug. And it was sad that there was nobody there to do that for her. Like, she just needed that, like, just to hold her hand and tell her that everything's going to be all right, that you did the right thing. Putting comments on the screen. Yeah, I know. I got to download some widgets so that we can start seeing the comments run down the screen as well. Yeah, please hit the like button on your way out. HBO for James, please. Thank you, Rochelle J. You be looking out for a player. I appreciate it. Carrie said, this is the first time I made you live while it was still happening. Thank you. Love it. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you coming through and sticking with me. So I know this wasn't exciting in some of the sister wives stuff, but some of this foolishness got to get talked about. Great job today, James. Thank you, Lexa Power. Okay, yeah, do that. Oh, my email address. Yeah, HBO special. We need it. I appreciate you guys too. I appreciate everybody who takes time out to watch the videos and issue comments. Telling folks to hit the like button. I really appreciate the support in trying to grow the channel. It's awesome. Rochelle J coming and give me them numbers. Rochelle J give me the stats. I love it. But yeah, because if we can, like, the whole purpose of the channel, if we can reach one person and maybe give them, like, obviously I want to entertain everybody and, try to keep some of these situations light, some of the foolishness light. But if we can help one person, through a hard time, I think that makes everything worth it. Make it worthwhile, because that's really what it's about. Yeah, Rochelle J, I got to redo my whole YouTube intro page or home page. That whole thing has to get done. And I will be scheduling, so you guys will know what my schedule is when I plan on going live. I'll do it updated on a weekly basis so everybody knows what's happening. Oh, thank you very much. Just scrapping, aka Cat, with the $20 super chat. Thank you so much. Great show, James. Love your take. Thank you. I love you. I appreciate you hanging out with me. Just scrapping, Cat. Kitty Cat. Hanging out with a player. Holding it down for me. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate everybody. Because otherwise, like I said, I would just be sitting here talking to the camera looking crazy. By myself, all alone. And then people be calling in, trying to get me taken away. Are we talking Sister Wives tomorrow? We can. Did you guys want me to do some Sister Wives tomorrow? We can do some Sister Wives tomorrow. I gotta do, you know what? I want to do some Cody. I will do a Sister Wives tomorrow because I want to talk about Cody and that politics stuff. If I can't do it tomorrow, I'm definitely either going to do it on Sunday night we're going to have the after party. So we're going to do Sunday after Sister Wives, gets finished. We're going to give me about 5-10 minutes so I can get everything set up. Make sure all my crap is working because I'm realizing that that's important. Can you hear me now? So we'll get everything working. So 15 minutes after the show ends, we're going to rip it. We're going to do it. We're going to do that live reaction. First initial reaction so you can see what my initial reactions of the episode is going to be. Then on Monday, I'm going to try to drop we're going to do another live. And I want to talk about Cody and what he has going on as far as that damn land, what he has going on as far as some politics, and what I think their finances look like. Because I think that there's some hokey pokey funny business going on. So we need to talk about that stuff. Yeah, I gotta figure out how to get in touch with Red Lipstick, and some folks said Reality Squad. The crazy part is all these channels I watch, so it's very surreal to hey, what you like to do? You like to collab or do some stuff together. Oh man, I didn't realize Maddie did an interview on a podcast. Okay, I might have to listen for that. Who did, I think. Yeah, the Mormon interview was crazy just because Cody was is a maniac. Like it comes across because Cody doesn't talk about the TLC show at all. He doesn't want to talk about Sister Wives at all. But when he started talking about like his perspective on women, hypergamy, and he started throwing a lot of the red pill little philosophies around, Cody is crazy as shit. Like Cody is losing his mind, and it's unfortunate because I think that it's gotten worse. Yeah, I think he was already in the vein of a lot of that, but as things started getting pushed like further and the relationships became strained, I think he started getting worse. And I think that it made him open and more susceptible to a lot of the teachings of a lot of the more toxic manosphere talking points. Just scrapping, $2 super chat, thank you. She said she calls Cody out for being a bad granddad. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she said her kids wouldn't know Cody if they... Oh, see... Cody got to do better. Kids wouldn't recognize him. That's sad. That's really sad. Just scrapping with the $1.99 super chat. Thank you. Damn, she said her 6-year-old has no idea who Cody is. Oh, that's even worse. I'm gonna watch that. I'm gonna watch it tonight, and then we'll definitely do something tomorrow on it. We'll definitely do something tomorrow on it. But wow, that is so sad. And I'm not even, and the terrible part about it is, I'm not a Cody fan at all. Like, if you've ever seen my videos, you know I'm not a Cody fan at all. But, like, I don't like to see that kind of stuff. Like, because it's not just Cody. Like, Cody's missing out by not being a part of the grandkids' lives, but the grandkids are missing out on him. Because to have a grandparent who's still alive and just that life experience and that just that interaction, they're missing out on a lot of that because he's so focused in trying to he's so desperately trying to hold on to his relationship with Robin that he's ignoring all other relationships. And I think that a big part of him ignoring all other relationships isn't because he can't have a relationship with them outside of Robin. It's just that Robin doesn't want him to have a relationship with anybody else unless she's included. Not only is she, and that's kind of the weird part, not only that she's included, but she has to direct it. And it has to revolve around her and her kids for her to feel comfortable about being a part of a relationship. In many ways, it's kind of resemblant of the situation we're talking about with Rob in the 90-day scenario, because she's creating a situation where everything has to revolve around her. And if it doesn't involve her or deal with her, she's not interested in it. And it's like sarcasm for fun. You only get 70% of super chats. Look at that. Yeah, that's true. But thank you for the super chat, though. Sarcasm for fun. Kotex deserves what he gets. Protect babies at all costs. Yeah, Kotex only does Kotex. Yeah, like I said, it's sad. Like, you're just missing out, on so much. Especially, he did that, and that's how his the culture of his family worked. Just to get into Sister Wives, I apologize to people who might not be here for Sister Wives, but the way Cody Brown operates his family, he was able to get away, with ignoring kids because he was angry at their parents. So if he's angry with one of his 3 ex-wives, he could take it out on the kids. And when he did that, he didn't really experience a whole lot of he didn't have to deal with a lot of the consequences from that, the fallout from it. Unfortunately, because he thought this is what he could do for so many years, and he's starting to experience a lot of the consequences now, but he got away with it for so long, he doesn't understand that when he does that to Madison because he's not getting along with Janelle, so he ignores Madison, or Madison starts to ignore him or cuts him off because of the way that he's treating her mom, that he is going to miss out on a lot with her kids, and she won't be around. And him trying to ignore her kids or not calling for her kids or calling to see what's up with the kids, no bueno. No bueno. Bridget Knott said Maddie refused to let her kids ride the Cody coaster. Which, in fairness, I appreciate what Janelle said, because Cody is so here nor there. He's so wishy-washy with a lot of this stuff. It does make sense that Maddie might be hesitant about involving her kids, especially as Cody is sitting there trying to... Maddie has a close relationship with Christine, and if all he wants to do is sit around and talk about how terrible Christine is, if given a choice between having a happy time with Christine and sitting there with Robin and Cody and being uncomfortable about sitting there with them because they're angry and they're selfish and they're just trying to show out, and they only have you there to try to politic with you, but they're not really interested in seeing you, and all they want to talk about is how terrible this other person is, yeah, you might not take your kids around for that. Because why involve your kids in the foolishness? Yeah, I agree with that, Rochelle J. She said no parent deliberately puts their kid in a toxic relationship. I agree with that. Yeah. Even Lizzie B, I agree with that too. Yeah, Cody never really loved the OG3s. Yeah, and part of that challenge too is that I know a lot of people get sensitive when I say that Cody didn't really care for the OG3, but I would just simply say it this way. If your absence is not missed, then your presence was never valued. You know what I mean? Like if they're not afraid of your absence and they're okay with you not being around, then they didn't really value you being around. So when the wives left and he's okay with them going, but he's just embarrassed that he can't do the things he wants to do the way he wants to do it, or he's afraid of what people think because he's not married to you, or he doesn't go around your house anymore, but he doesn't really want to go around your house and go and see you, then your relationship was never valuable to him. And it's sad. It's sad. I mean, it's a sad situation because these women did invest so much time and energy into him, but it kind of is what it is. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that, Carrie. I agree with that. One of the siblings said Maddie is director will tell you how she feels. Maddie is a mom. Like, if you ever look at like old pictures of Janelle, Janelle looks like a blonde-haired Maddie. Like, they look almost exactly alike. Like, it's incredible like how much they look alike. And even now when like Janelle will say certain things or she gives certain looks, she's like, her and Madison are so close together. And I think that Madison brought a lot of her personality from Janelle. Yeah, you're right about that, Lizzie B. I gotta come up with some t-shirts and stuff. Some t-shirts and some mugs. I have some ideas for some mugs. Hopefully you guys like them. Oh, thank you, Peanut Butter. Appreciate that. Yeah. It could. And that's what I mean. Like, there's so much there's so much crossover with a lot of these shows. You know, because a lot of things that Cody goes through, some of these other people have too. Because they have a type. Like TLC definitely has a type of people that they like to put on the show. And even with the Seeking Sister Wives, a lot of these people are like basically Cody Browns, just like Junior Codys. They bite-sized Codys. And not the fun size either. You know what I mean? They're like minis. Cody minis. Oh, man. Yeah, I agree with that, Lizzie B. I think Maddie's a mama bear. Like, she's just a good mom. Like, I think that you can see how much she cares about her kids and how important her kids are to her. And I respect the shit out of that. I respect that. You know. And even with Cody complaining about, and we also have to keep in mind too, and I'll wrap it up on this, but we have to keep in mind as well that when Cody was complaining about Janelle and the COVID stuff that they weren't paying attention to, the COVID rules that they were ignoring, what he was talking about was Janelle going to see, you know, they're always going off and going on vacation. Janelle was going down to see Maddie. Janelle was going to go see Maddie's kids. So when he's sitting there talking about, oh, they're selfish and they wouldn't listen to the COVID rules and they were doing all this stuff and they were acting out of pocket, you were telling this woman not to go visit Maddie and her kids. You're telling a grandmother not to go see her grandchildren. So yeah, Maddie might take that personal. You understand what I mean? Like, everybody acting like they don't understand why Maddie's mad. I don't know Maddie. And I can imagine that might piss Maddie off just a little bit. Especially during a time when, you know, at the same time Isabel was going to go get her back surgery done, Madison's daughter was getting some of her medical needs met. And, you know, stuff that would be a major, you know, I don't want to get into like what the medical procedures they had done. Because I don't want to be disrespectful. But, you know, stuff that they were doing to that baby would be problematic for an adult. And Janelle going down and holding Maddie's hand and being there for her daughter during this very difficult time, and Cody being insistent that somehow Janelle was being selfish because she was going down to spend time with her daughter during this very difficult time, and her granddaughter during a time where she was being, you know, not even to be a dick, but she was being basically dismembered because they were cutting her foot off. During that time, you're going to tell Janelle that she got to sit at home so that you could come around maybe for once a week, maybe, and sit on the porch? That she has to miss all that? She can't be there for her child? And you wonder why this little girl mad? I'm sorry. I don't even disrespect Maddie. She's a grown-ass woman. But you wonder why this woman is mad? Just saying. I'm just saying. You know? Oh, thank you, Sarcasm for Fun. I try to be a good parent. You know, but... You know, children are children. You just do the best you can for what you got. And just hope for the best. And you just be there. You know what I mean? Sometimes that's... And that's the one thing I would say to Cody. Like, sometimes, you know, you got to be present. Yeah, it's not even about, you know, he says the whole thing that it's about being rich, and the only thing that scares him is poverty and all that. But forget all that, bro. What your kids want, what Maddie wants, was for you to be present when she was going through this very tough time. When you so in love with Caleb, and Caleb was the bee's knees. You know what Caleb needed? Caleb needed somebody there to be like, man, it's going to be okay. It's going to be all right. You know what I mean? This baby is strong. She got you as a parent. You know, you and Maddie are parents. Y'all love her. Y'all going to support her. I'm here, and I'm supporting her. And I vowed when the baby was born that anything this baby need, anything this baby want, she will never want for anything. And if there's anything I can give her, any time I can spend with her, I will give it to her. And that's what they wanted to hear. They didn't want to hear, when I had COVID, I was so sick, I was on death's door, I almost died. And all you was going through, because you had a runny nose. Bitch, please. I'd have been mad too. I mean, I'm going to keep it all the way in stack. If I was Maddie, I'd be hot. You know what I mean? I'd be mad as hell. Like, and there's so much focus is placed on young men, Gabe and Garrison, because they're on the show. But there are other kids that are involved. Because another kid you don't really hear a whole lot about is Logan. You know? You don't hear a whole lot about Hunter. And as close as Hunter is to these all the other kids, they talk about, like, Christine's kids talk about how close Hunter was to their kids. Hunter's brothers, like legit brothers and sisters. I'm sure he's close to them too. And I'm sure Hunter has an opinion about Madison, because every time that Christine went down to South Carolina, I think they're in North Carolina. Every time they went down to the Carolinas, I'll say it that way. Every time they went down there, they sat and said, you know, Hunter was there. Christine show up, Hunter would come down from Baltimore down to the Carolinas, and he'd be sitting right there at the dinner table eating. Hunter's always down for a good time, boy. Hunter's an interesting guy. He seems interesting. You know, I'd have a beer with Hunter. But, yeah, he's always been around. So you can't tell me that didn't affect, like, Cody's behavior didn't affect Hunter, you know, and how he feels about stuff. So it's just, it's such a weird situation with that. So I'm going to look out for Maddie's interview. Thanks for giving me the heads up. You guys told me about the Mormon thing too. I had no idea about that. I think I was one of the first. I was one of the first people to post about the Mormon thing because you guys told me about it and I was able to check it out. But yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I agree with you, Raspberry. I think both Logan and Hunter. I mean, because I don't think that they get any benefit by being on the show with their careers or whatever. Like the show could actually hurt their profession. You know, what they're trying to do with their lives. Like they don't get any benefit from it, especially if they're not getting paid. Because there was rumored that they weren't getting paid by TLC to be on the show. Their appearances on the show were basically, you know, you doing it for notoriety. And some things you don't want to be famous for. You know what I mean? Hey, your dad is shit. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to be famous for that. The kid with the bad father, like, you don't want to be famous for that. Yeah. Bridget Knox, he suggested that Isabel get on a plane by herself, get a back surgery. Yeah, sarcasm but fun. They said Hunter is he's always present for the like any events or activities or whatever. He's always constantly in contact. The family is very important to him, at least from what I heard and what I could pick up. Like you could see the excitement. Even when Christine showed up, you could see Hunter was happy about them coming in and participate. Yeah, Tick for Card, she said, I'm a grandma, and let someone tell me not to go see or help out with my grandchild, my grandbaby. Right? Because Christine and Isabel and her back surgery, yeah, exactly. It's a hard call. Like, to tell somebody that, no, you can't, you got to sit down. And especially when you're looking at it from the perspective of the reason why the wives couldn't go anywhere else and they had to sit in the house isolated and alone was because Robin didn't feel comfortable with having her kids, Solomon's particular, that's the one that she cited, because apparently he had some kind of lung issue or whatever when he was younger, because they didn't feel comfortable with Solomon being around anybody else, and they didn't want to have, she wanted to stay isolated, therefore she wanted the rest of the family to stay isolated. If we can't get together with you, then you guys can't get together without us, is basically where they were. And because that was happening, and because the other family members were still getting together, because Christine, when they say that Christine was going on these vacations and she was always going somewhere, where she was going to Utah so that she could hang out with her kids. She could hang out with McKelty, and she could hang out with Aspen, because they lived in Utah. And then she would go down to see Maddie, and I think that was it. Like, she might have even went to see Hunter or whatever too. But that's what Cody was pissed about. And then the same thing with Janelle. He's talking about Janelle's going places. Janelle was going to go see her kids. They were going to see their kids. Like, how do you yell at a mother? I've said this before, but I'll reiterate it here or restate it here. I would be more concerned as a father if you had kids with somebody and they didn't want to go see their kids. That would give me more pause. You know, oh, your daughter needs you. I ain't going down there. What? What? It wouldn't even cross my mind. Of course, you know, if Janelle would have came forward and said, James, I'm going down to Madison because, you know, Maddie's baby is going through blah, 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 and she's going into surgery, and I'm going down there. Of course you are. Of course you are, Janelle. If Christine came to you and said, yeah, I'm going to New York or New Jersey. Technically, the surgery was in New Jersey, North Jersey, which is across the bridge from New York. So, you're not going to New York. Isabel's going to New Jersey to get her back surgery, and I'm going with her. Of course you are. I didn't think you were staying. I was merely asking, when are you guys leaving? You know what I mean? Like, that's where I would be. I would be surprised if she would have stayed or wouldn't have went. Okay, he said that on the 7th. Yeah, Missy. Yeah, the whole interview was nuts. But if you notice that when Cody was giving the interview for the Mormon Live folks, he would distract away from the questions that he couldn't answer, or he couldn't answer, he didn't know how to answer, or he didn't know the answers to. So he would just start talking about some little known facts and try to get everybody up. Solomon had RSV. Okay. They refused to get vaccinated. It was a scam. But Robin's daughter was... Yeah. Peanut butter. But Robin's daughter was staying in the basement for a few days. They started crying like babies because they couldn't be apart. I miss you guys. And meanwhile, the other kids ain't seen Cody's ass for months. Robin's daughter, she had the basement by herself for 2 days. And that's the one thing, guys. If you teach your kids anything, give them the ability to be in a room by themselves. That shit is crazy to me. Like, you want to be able to be by yourself. You know, there's nothing wrong with being alone. Hell, you know, look forward to some time alone, being okay by yourself. It's not a punishment. You know, I get to sit in the basement and watch the shows I want to watch, and you know, you can always sit in a room with them, or go upstairs with your little mask on, or if you guys want to meet outside, you know, we can all stand outside and talk. Or whatever, if that's the case, like 6 feet apart. But I don't know who, like Robin and them, I don't know what doctor they were talking to. Because they were treating it like they were treating the 1-9 like it was Ebola or something. Like, yeah, if you walk in a room with somebody with it, you got it. Remember when Maddie and Caleb moved to the Las Vegas? Yeah. Maddie and Caleb moved to Flagstaff, or moved to Las Vegas, so they could get help with their baby, and you know, save money and be able to do the things. And Janelle actually was very excited about having Maddie in the house and being able to see the baby every day. Axel every day. That was one of her pleasures. You know, it was a pleasure. But Cody decided that he wanted to move to Arizona. Again, here's a little. I'll give a little. You know, I don't like dragging shit out. So I'm going to give you a little hint on what I was going to talk about with some of them finances. If you listen to little inside baseball, if you listen to them talk about when Mary was talking about buying Lizzie's manor, right? what did Robin say? What did Cody say? Cody said, oh, you plan on taking out equity from your house in order to buy it. And then Robin had revealed that she had taken out equity from her house in order to pay for Sister Wife's closet. And when you start doing the math on it, and you start thinking about the type of loan that they were most likely getting in order to get those houses, it's my position, or at least my speculation. I'm speculating. I have no proof of this, but I'd be willing to bet that, for me, typically, when you buy a home or you consider somebody buying a home, they always go into what's called a conventional loan, which means that you could have a loan for 15, 20, 30 years. Usually it's 30 years or longer. But it'll be the same payment every month for the term of that loan. For the life of that loan, you make the same payment. Right? During the 2008 market crash, the reason why the market crashed the way it did was because a lot of people were taking out what was called adjustable rate mortgages, or ARMs, or more commonly referred to colloquially as balloon mortgages, which is a loan. Usually these are very short-term loans. Usually you take them out for 3 to 5 years. They're based on interest rates, and you're only paying interest, not paying on principal in order to buy it. Usually investors use these types of loans to purchase properties. So say they buy a house for $100,000. They purchase the home for $100,000 using the ARM. They're only paying, they get it for, say, 5%, just to make the numbers easy. 5% of that loan. So now they only have to pay $5,000 for the interest, right? So they're paying on that interest. They make little payments on the interest, which is almost no money, $5,000. You're making little payments on the interest to pay the interest down. And then at the end of unfortunately, the end of the ARM, once that hits the end of that term, you have to go back and you have to pay for the whole property, essentially. So if you take out $100,000 to buy the property, $100,000 to buy the property, that at the end of that 5-year term of your ARM, you still owe $100,000. You haven't paid down the property at all. If they bought those homes in Las Vegas on ARMs, and she was taking out money against the property, like as the property starts to elevate in value, if the property starts off at $100,000, you buy it for $100,000, they come in, they do an estimate on the property is now worth $200,000. You usually can take out about, let's say she was being conservative, she took out $50,000 on the house, right? So now the money that you owe on the house is $150,000 on a $200,000 house. Now, when you go back to refinance that ARM, you have to take out, if you try to get into a conventional loan, you have to borrow $150,000. And if she was borrowing off of that, Sister Wife's Closet didn't do shit. So if she was borrowing money to pay for Sister Wife's Closet, and she was taking out a loan against her home to pay for Sister Wife's Closet, and she got that house on the ARM, that's why after 5 years they decided that they were going to move from Las Vegas to Arizona. That's what I think. That's what I think happened. That's why I think that they were so pressed about, like Cody's saying, like, we have to get out of these houses. We have to leave. We have to move. Now's the time to do it. Because right now the value is here, and we got to get out while the getting's good and all that bullshit he was talking about. I think that what happened was that they were at the end of the term for their ARM, and then the market text, yeah, right, from Michelle J. And when they were talking about moving, if they were going to go back into conventional loans, if she doesn't have the money for the down payment, or she doesn't have the money to make the payments for the house, then she can't buy that house. She'll lose her house. So what they do instead, they sell the houses, and because, where we go one, we go all, QAnon. Where we go one, we go all. Remember they kept saying that? Because if she can't afford to stay there anymore and she has to move, she has to sell her house, then that breaks up the cul-de-sac. So you get her to sell her house, and of course, Robin ain't going to try to be the only one moving out of the house. Mary, for sure, was good. Mary was good. She could have kept her house, for sure. I think Christine and Janelle could have kept their houses. Because they weren't talking about moving. They were talking about, everybody was talking about staying except for Robin, who was doing whatever Cody wanted. I don't know what Cody wanted. I do whatever Cody wanted. The only one who was really down to move was Robin. And she just happened to get a benefit by moving to Arizona because that's where Dayton was going. You know? Like, so much emphasis was placed on them moving because of Dayton. I think they were moving because they made bad investments. And that's what I was saying the entire time. I think that, you know, God bless them, but they were following Cody, and Cody is bad with investments. He's bad with money. Like, this dude, you know, he would lose money on a gold mine. Like, this guy is bad. You got to stop doing it. But, yeah, that's my take on that. Like, you know what I mean? I can't prove it. Like, I don't have the documents out of the signed papers or the codicils or anything, but that's my suspicion. Because of the way they purchased the house, the way they were so... Because if they have 20% for the houses, like if they each had 20%, like they bought them houses at $400,000 a piece, right? And for them to be able to come up with 20% of that for each one of those houses, like, you know what I mean, legitly, if they bought 4 houses at $400,000 a piece, that's $1.6 million worth of property that they were buying. And these are people who went from the house in Lehigh in a rental to a vacation home to rentals in Vegas, and all of a sudden they buying almost $2 million worth of houses. You know what I mean? So, like, TLC was paying them, but I don't know if they was coming through like that. Raspberry said mortgage fraud should be multiplied, not divided. Unfortunately, they don't divide that time either. Because the banks don't play, you know what I mean? Especially after 2008. That's one of the things that I was thinking about too. Because when you look at Stiegel and all that, like it's not like they were checking the money. So I don't know if you could. There was a time, like, because I'm old and I'm gonna do that back in my day. You know, there was a time where you could before the 2008. What led to the 2008 market crash, and the collapse of the economy was that they had what was called Nina loans, which was no income, no asset loans, where you could basically go to the bank and be like, yeah, I want to buy this $3 million house because I make $100 million a year. And all you had to do was sign a document saying that that's what you made. The bank would never go back and they wouldn't check your income, and they wouldn't check to see if you had money in the bank, and they would just go off of your signature and give you the loan. They stopped doing that because obviously that shit is a bad idea. You don't give people a loan based on what they say they got. You have to check. You have to check. So they started checking, and once you check, like I said, just with the facts as they were laid out on the show, there's no way in the world these folks could have afforded $1.6 million worth of homes, especially new build homes, where they're designing these houses. I just don't see it. Yeah. Said the IRS guys need to visit Kotex and JB and Moo Duggar. Yeah. But they'll get angry. Mortgage fraud. I'm gonna have to start writing some of these down. That's pretty good. Mortgage fraud should be multiplied, not divided. I'm telling you, it's crazy. It's great, and that's just one of the things that I noticed about like the whole. Like, if you listen to them talk, like they'll give you like the information, but you just got to piece it together yourself, you know, because it just doesn't make sense. And even Cody, like later when he got to Arizona, he was like, this was one bad decision. Like financially, it was a disaster. And I 100% agree with him. Like, that's the one time I do agree with Cody. What you did was stupid. Because even if you sold your house in Las Vegas to move to a more expensive market, like, because Las Vegas in itself was expensive. It was actually on a rise when they had their houses built and they purchased their homes. It was actually on a rise. So they did do the smart investment by getting the houses that they got at the prices that they got them at. But it was short-term thinking, because if they were to sell those houses now, those same houses that they sold for like $500 and $570, they made like $170,000, on average, about $150,000, $170,000 on average on those home sales. That same house that they sold would be selling for anywhere from like $700,000 to $800,000 now. They would be able to take and sell the houses in Vegas and go buy Robin's house. That, you know what I mean? But they just, like Cody, he's so bad with money. Like, you know, first and foremost, he's so bad with money that they spend a lot of money on dumb shit. Like instead of Cody running out buying a bunch of Lexuses and a bunch of cars and a bunch of fancy watches, take that money and put it on your mortgage. Take that money and put it in the bank. Put that money in an escrow account or put it into a money market fund to where you can start to build. So when it came time for you to put money down on a conventional loan for those houses, you would be able to have that money and do that. That would make more sense to me. It's understanding, like even when the show started, when they were talking about canceling the show, you have to understand Cody has been very lucky. Like they were bragging on the Mormonism Live, and I gotta let you guys go. I've been talking you to death, but when they were bragging on Mormonism Live about that, the Sister Wives show being a long-running show, etc., 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 they were blessed for that show to be on as long as it's been on. They've had a couple revitalizations on the show, because there's been a few times the show started tanking, they started talking about canceling it, and then like something happens, like the catfish situation happened, and it saved the show. Then Christine leaving, Mary leaving, Janelle leaving, you know, the show's ratings started dipping. They left, saved the show once again, brought the show back once again. But it's only coming back so many times because they're running out of story. Like you guys are running out of the road. Like you're running out of road. So this is almost over. This ride is almost done. So you have to recognize that when you get these kind of opportunities, the Sister Wives for this family was not a career. It's never been a career. It's about an opportunity. It's about you taking and making the most of the opportunity. This is the same thing if they were playing in the NBA, NFL, the NBL, National Baseball League, soccer, anything. This is an opportunity. It's not a career. Like you can't guarantee on that money. So you take this opportunity, take the money, and you try to make smart business decisions. You don't go out and buy a bunch of fancy jewelry, Robin, fancy designer clothes, Robin and Cody, designer watches, Cody, custom cars and new vehicles and fancy things like that, things that don't mean anything. Put that money on brick and mortar. He kind of has the right path. Like he kind of has the right idea by thinking investment in real estate is a good investment, but it's not a good investment if you only have a little bit of money. You're acquiring properties, but you're going to wind up losing those properties. It's just going to hurt your pardon my French. Ooh, got a little loose. Got loose. This is going to hurt your feelings. I mean, it's going to break your heart. When you sit there and you looking at Coyote Pass, they acquired that thing for somewhere around $800,000. That could be a $2 million property if they do it right. I mean, at least. And that's without them building anything out there. And that's part of the reason why Cody and Robin are trying to steal it from the other wives. Because that property could be worth a lot of money. That's why he's so desperate for them to pay the property off so he could come back and take so much of it. Because they're going to take, like Robin and them, I think we're going to take about 70% of that property at least. And that's when Christine was there. They're going to try to walk out with 70% of it. So, no, hell to the no. Janelle will be smart to say, look, if I'm going to help you pay this off, because clearly you don't have the money, so if I'm going to help you pay this off, we're going to pay it off, or I'm going to sue you. And if I help you pay it off, then I'm taking a good chunk of this property, and then maybe I won't crack the books on your ass. And that's where I think that's where I think it, Michelle J said, damn, I love French. Well, you're in the right place. Because I am fluent in French, Jack. But you know, what Janelle needs to say to him is, look, I will call some people and we will crack the books. And, you know, because to be honest with you, there's so much hokey stuff going on with a lot of the paintings and stuff on the wall, and a lot of things that a lot of you guys talk about. The paintings on the walls, the him buying them vehicles and all that kind of stuff, and where the money is going and how much of the money is leaving and who's doing what with the money and not knowing where the money's going. And then everybody seems to be doing well, but I can't track none of the jobs that you jokers have and who's doing what. And even if he's using the money to help or give loans to his business, his gun business, you know, how are these loans proper? Are we getting our money back? Are you repaying these loans? And are you repaying these loans with interest? And if you're not repaying these loans with interest, why are you still taking money, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Like at some point, you might have to just, you know, you might have to just hard threaten them. Like, we're going to have to crack these books open. I might have to get me an auditor. We're going to have to go through these books, an auditor, an accountant. We're going to have to do a full audit on all these books, all these expenditures, and you're going to have to explain everything. It's either that or you go ahead and sign me over like what, 1, 2, 3. You sign me lots 4 and 5 and we just call it a day. You can keep that little dusty ass pond and all them little areas like the troll tree line. You can keep all them properties. I want lot 4 and 5 and we'll just call it even, and I won't look into no more books. I mean, that's what I'll be honest with you. I think that's what Janelle should say to his ass. I hope that's what she did. You know? I hope that's what she did. Because, you know, when it comes down to misappropriation of funds, there's mismanagement and family feuds and family disagreements. But if you were in charge of that LLC as an officer and you misappropriated funds, they have a word for that. What is it called? Embezzlement. And if you get convicted of embezzlement, you go to jail. Like, that's not you just hanging out and being embarrassed at the lodge, or you know, having difficult conversations with the kids, and you know, your kids saw you. Like, if you missed your daughter because she was down in the basement, imagine you sitting there and she gonna have to get frisked to go see you in a damn room where she can't touch you. You know what I mean? And truth be told, then you gonna find out how much Robin really love your ass. You know, because you be like, Cody, it's too far to come visit you in the jail. And then 2 months later, she'll be talking about, I've been spending time with Mr. John next door. We've been keeping company. I can't help it, Cody. We done fell in love. You should just give me my divorce, Cody. I'll tell you. What do I think of Cody removing his name from Robin's house? Oh, I did not hear that. Cody took his name off of that big house? Is that what you're talking about? Just scrap it? Is that what happened? The pencil box be tight. Pencil box be tight. I bet you it ain't. Because she was passing them kids too easy. Sorry, Rochelle J. Don't mean to get disgusted, but you know what I mean. Let's keep it all the way a stack. Because she was passing them. She was passing kids like she, you know, like she had a heavy fart. And when she was doing it on the show, she's just like, you know, what's that? Solomon? Robin was just like, ugh. It's like, you lying to people. Don't tell girls that having babies is that easy. You know. That pencil box is wide open. Hiding assets, yeah. That could be it. I mean, it could be them trying to hide assets, because clearly they're not divorced. The problem that they would have is that this is kind of like, you know, embezzlement for dummies. Like, you're still married. So even if he takes his name off of a property, no matter what they agree to, if the property was purchased with assets from the Cody Brown Entertainment LLC, which is the LLC that the family was putting all their money into from TLC and various businesses that they had, and you take and change the name. I mean, you might as well just go ahead and you might as well handcuff yourself. You know, I don't know. Part of me is just like, I hope they're not doing that, but I wouldn't doubt it. Like, that's the dumb part about the Sister Wives. Like, I wouldn't doubt that they would take and steal money that way and call themselves getting away with it. Oh, what we'll do is we'll take my name off of the house and they'll never be able to get it. You're still married to her, dummy. If they sue him, they sue your wife too. Especially if you took your name off of it just recently after you did the thing that they're accusing you of doing. But at the same time, like, you know what I mean? The stupid part is, for me, if somebody suggested that, I'd be like, nah, that's not going to work. Cody, I can see him thinking that shit's going to work. I can see him. I'm smarter than everybody else. Just like when he sat there and told Christine that if she tried to go for child support, they're going to take the child away. Yeah, if you go down and you go to court, then basically they'll take ownership of her, and the state will own Truly. First of all, Truly is not a thing. Truly is a person. And in the United States of America, you can't own people. We actually had a whole war about that. We fought a war over that shit. So, no, the state is not going to own Truly. Let's see. He was only worried about Christine suing him. Yeah. Well, honestly, I think that he's probably, if he transferred that house over to Robin's name, I think they're more concerned about Janelle. Because Christine, she took what she needed to take and she's gone. But I bet you they scared with that, they scared with Janelle. Because Janelle, she got the books. Let's not forget, Janelle was doing the taxes. She know where the money went. She's seen the books. And she probably got a full copy of them bad boys. So it's not even like they got to ask Cody, can I get the books from you? And then Cody gets to play the I don't know where they at, I lost them game. Janelle probably has a full copy of everything, every transaction that was made. Even when they now made, was it Robin or Cody Brown LLC defunct as a company, they closed the company down, supposedly because they're doing that Dabsart company. Even if they did that, Janelle was the one who was doing the books. Like, I don't think it would make a difference. Like, they would be in trouble. Like, it's just dumb. Like, I don't know. But there's so much of that stuff you're like, that was dumb. That was dumb. I so wanted Christine to tell him, yes, I should ask for child support. You are right, Lizzie B. Yeah, right. If she had said child support, my man would have jumped out the window. On his face. You know what I mean? He wouldn't be able to take it. Because I think that, to be honest with you, I think that scared him more than anything else. Part of the reason why, and this is kind of the silly section of child custody, part of the reason why I think Cody was so interested in having Christine fill out a document that said that Cody and him had 50-50 custody was because to him that was a way that he could alleviate any financial responsibility he thought he would have towards Truly. I think that was the long and short of it. He didn't care about seeing Truly like that. But part of the argument that I think he has, and this is kind of an asshole thing for me to say, but I believe it. Part of the reason why he was insisting that Christine needed to make sure that he could see Truly 50% of the time, or at least say there was 50% of the time, because he thought that if he had the baby 50%, she had the baby 50%, it will wash out any financial obligation he would have towards the child. Realistically, though, that's not true. That shit is not true. Like, if you go to court, the judge understands that, especially if you don't live in the same city or the same town or the same state, there's no way that you have that child 50% of the time, because the child has to go to school, especially a school-age child. Courts ain't dumb. Yeah, the more time with the child, the lower the child support. That can play a part of it. That can play a part. But it depends on what state you're in, because there are states, Pennsylvania, Florida, there's a couple states where you could actually be living with a child. Like the two parents could be living together and co-parenting. As long as they're not married, they could be living together, and a parent could go get child support. And if they're deemed to have custody, and even though you live with each other and you see the child every day, they basically live with you. You can still be on the hook for child support. So it really depends on where you are and what you're working with. Yeah. And that's a good point too, Peanut Butter, because there's oftentimes that there's a point where you say like, what you're making does make a difference. So it benefits him that Christine is financially successful, because that will lower his obligation, because he'll have to pay something. You always have to pay something. Like, you'll be on the hook for something. But if you're the custodial parent makes significantly more than you, especially, then your responsibility would be way less than if you were making significant. As a non-custodial parent, you're making like, gangbuster money, and they're not making anything. Like, they're making minimum wage, you got 6 figures. Like, you gonna pay. You gonna pay. You know, Alexa Power, I think that it would be a turnoff to a smart person. Alexa Power asks, how is it not a turnoff to Robin that Cody is a bum and doesn't take care of his other kids? I know the answer. I was a Robin in my polygamous relationship, but it's horrible. She needs to wake up. Yeah. Because if you, because it's, that's a good question, because of the fact that, like I said before, Robin, because especially in the position that she was in as the favorite wife or the favored wife, she could have pushed a lot more of the relationship between Cody and his kids than he did. She could have said, don't bring your ass here. You need to be over there with Isabel. Don't come home. Because if I hear that you're not hanging out with Izzy, especially before she goes to her surgery, then don't even bother coming to the house. And you would think that if they were as close or as about the family life and the one family idea, that would be something that she would say. But she never said that. Yeah, BCat K. I agree with that. Like, a lot of times that's part of the problem that, especially with narcissists, because they only understand the world through their own personal lens, they think, not only do they think they're smarter than everybody, but they think they understand the world better because they understand themselves. But it's not that it's not that they understand the world more. It's just that they understand themselves more, and for them, their opinion and their perspective is the only perspective that really matters. So, to them, they're right. They don't know shit, but to them, they're right. You're right. Lizzie B, yes, she had the power to do the right thing, but she is selfish. Yeah. Because she's only worried about herself. And early on, in episode 1 or 2, when they were talking to Robin had said directly, she said, the only thing I was worried about was taking care and providing for my kids. Like, so she's not concerned about anybody else. I know Cody likes to play her like, oh, she's the most understanding, thoughtful, caring person ever to exist in the world, but she's not. She's very selfish. And that selfishness is actually what destroyed the family. They're supreme. Yep. Robin is the same as Kotex. And I agree with that. Like, I think that ultimately when you look at a lot of the people who are like that, they typically will find people who, like, when people are together, they're together for a reason. Like, they have something in common. It's just that in some cases, one person has a little, like, a better, more deceptive personality than the other one. Like Cody, he's way more, like you see a lot of the stuff with Cody. Because Cody is very transparent. And even with a lot of the family members, they sit and they'll say like, oh, Robin is so good with words. She's so smart and she expresses things extremely well. No, Robin, if you really look at what Robin does, Robin echoes what other people have to say. She very rarely will give her opinion. This is something that I noticed early on. Robin never gives her opinion first. She always wants to hear where everybody else is and what everybody else has to say. And like if I put together a whole montage of her saying, no, I want to hear what you had to say. No, you go first. No, I don't want to say first. You say your thing first. That thing would be about 30 minutes. Because throughout the 18 seasons, she always tries to play back what she feels. And Cody and her try to paint that as Robin being compassionate and caring about what other people think. And she wants to be, she doesn't want to push her agenda and her opinion on other people. The truth of the matter is Robin waits for everybody else's opinion because she decides or determines what her opinion is going to be. Well, not what her opinion is going to be, what she voices about her opinion based on what other people have to say and what their opinions are. So when people were sitting there talking about we want to move into the one big house, and Christine said hell to the no, when Robin went over to the house to talk to Christine, she sat there and talked about how she didn't want to move into the one big house and she wasn't sure she wanted to do it. Then she went back to Janelle and had the whole Janelle and Mary and had the whole conversation about how it probably wouldn't be that bad and she never did it and she doesn't know, and everything is about her not knowing something and being confused about something because that's her other default. So either she's on your side 100% because she knows what's going on and she sees what you're saying, or when you're confronted where you have two opposing perspectives or opinions, all of a sudden she's confused as shit. I don't know what the fuck is happening. I don't know. What are we doing? Hi? What's that? Hi? Like that's her whole thing. So she's a chameleon, and that's what makes her, to me, that's what makes her extremely dangerous. Because she blends into her surroundings. Whereas Cody will try to, he's like a bull in a china shop. So he'll just say his opinion because he expects everybody to go along with it. Robin actually kind of gives me more of the mind of she is more manipulative in that sense because she won't tell you what she thinks, but then she'll go back and work with Cody to initiate or to achieve the things that she wants. So she uses Cody's bull in the china shop technique as like, Cody, we should move to Arizona. Cody come out and say, we're moving and we're going to go to Arizona. And then Robin sits there and says, I don't know what we're doing. I don't know why we're going to move. I think I want to stay here. What do you want to do? And then what happens is when the other wives start talking about when Cody leaves, they start talking, I'm not moving to Arizona. This is ridiculous. Then all of a sudden, Robin goes back and tells Cody what everybody was saying. And the wives, I think Christine actually talked about it and Janelle talked about it as well. Like they said something to Robin, had a discussion with Robin, and they found out that Robin went right back and told Cody. Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. And so based on that, of course they weren't going to be close. They weren't going to be friends because you can't trust her. Because you tell her something, you might as well tell it to Cody. Well, hold on, Robin. Before we start talking, I'm going to go ahead and call Cody so he can come over here so he can hear me say it directly. You know what I mean? I want to say it to his face. I don't want you to put your spin on it. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and let Sweet Dreams, it's sarcasm for fun. Are you taking off? Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys go because I know I've been running and I don't want to drag you guys out too long. But I enjoyed my time. All right, sarcasm. Thanks for coming through. Okay, sarcasm. You have a great night. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for the super chats. Thanks for your support. Appreciate you. Everybody, I appreciate you guys coming through. I'll see if I can put something together for tomorrow. You guys let me know if you want to come through. And I got to set up my page. So I will have that page set up probably by next week where I'll do my whole schedule and I'll let you guys know when I plan on going live and doing all that. And I'm also going to do some some other videos, like some because I don't want to let go of the videos, produced videos that I was putting out. So I'll get that going too. And I just got to try to figure out a good balance so that, you know, I'm able to get everything in and I can stay consistent, so that way when you guys are planning to see something, I'll have that thing ready for you and it's ready to go. All right. But thank you guys for coming out. Good night. You guys were awesome tonight as usual. I'm getting so energized by the participation of the crowd and you guys giving your thoughts and I really enjoyed the interaction, because it's a little, you know, nobody really thinks about it, but it's such a weird experience when you're just kind of talking into a camera and nobody's around. You're really talking to yourself. Nobody says it like that, but that's what it is. Like you're having a conversation to yourself. And at least this way, when, you know, even though I'm still kind of talking to the camera a little bit, it's kind of awesome that I'm able to see what you guys are thinking in real time. And we can actually have some exchange of ideas. And some of you guys are hilarious and you're very insightful. So it's always interesting to hear what you have to say as well. But thank you guys so much for coming out. I'll leave the chat box open for a little bit so you guys can, you know, get your thoughts out. But thanks for coming out, hanging out with me for the Friday night fiance. I know we got into a little sister wives, but I'm going to try to keep it as loose as possible. I want to try to stay on task and give people what they came for, but I also want to keep it open enough to where we can have other discussions if other topics come up. All right? Thanks again. I'm James. This has been my take on reality, and I'm out. You guys have a great night. Be safe. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do, or if you do what I would do, make sure you don't tape it. All right, guys, take it easy.